Having said that, order please the special meeting of the Joshua Basin Water District Board of Directors for December 8th, 2025 is now in session. Please join me in the pledge of allegiance. The flag is here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Determination of a quorum. General Manager Johnson, a roll call, please.
President Bowen.
Present.
Vice President Doolittle. I'm here. Director Vick.
Here.
Director Schwartz.
Here.
Director Girlsberg. Change it up.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much. All directors are present in the boardroom. There is no request for remote participation. We have a quorum. Approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda?
No move.
Second.
I'll second.
Much. Those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved. Public comment. This designated time is for members of the public to provide comments on any district-related matter, whether appearing on the agenda or not. Under provisions of the Brown Act, the board is prohibited from taking action on items not listed on the agenda at the request of the board president, at the discretion of the board president. Comments on a particular item, agendized item, may be deferred until that item is heard. Do we have a public comment? I don't see anybody. Manager Johnson, is there a written, electronic, or voicemail public comment?
None to my knowledge.
Public comment time is now closed. Consent calendar. Consent calendar items are expected to be routine and non-controversial, to be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. If a board member would like an item handled separately, it will be removed from the consent agenda for a separate action. We have one item. It's the draft minutes of the board meeting November 19, 2025. Does anyone want to remove this item from the consent calendar for discussion?
I do, David.
Director Fick. You may proceed.
It's a small concern. In the director's comments, it's described as the room is small. I would like to add in front of that too small, TOO, because the room was ample size. It's just that the crowd was a larger size, and it was crowded, and it was too small, not small. That's the only comment I have towards it.
Is there anything further on what is now item 6 of the agenda, the consent calendar? Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
A motion.
A second?
I'll second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent calendar approved. Discussion action calendar, legislative trip selection, presented by General Manager Sarah Johnson.
Good evening, everybody. As you recall, we have recently hired Rojas to be our legislative advocate in organizing some legislative trips over the next couple of years. This is the 2026 tentative calendar. Rojas is going to be coming to see the board, I believe in January, could be early February. And they want to train everybody to be prepared to speak to legislators in the event that you speak to them locally. They're at workshops or local events, or even when you're going on long-term or long-haul legislative trips. They didn't recommend an ad hoc because they want everybody to have the equal ability to learn this information, but they did ask that we start narrowing down who would be going on the trips. So that's what the job is today. That trip is scheduled at the same time as the National Aqua Conference, but the plan there is to attend some of the aqua seminars, but then when the aqua folks, the other aqua members off to speak to legislators, we're gonna go with Roja and have private meetings with our legislators. So that's the Washington DC trip.
Good.
And then Sacramento is a private trip just with Rojas and who is selected today, along with myself, on both trips, to Sacramento. It's best if we don't have a quorum because there's a lot of noticing issues. It's not illegal to have a quorum, but it's probably best practice to not have a quorum attending these because then it will be a public meeting in those spaces. So they'll have to be noticed in Washington DC, noticed in Sacramento. So, and also costs are pretty expensive, but it's really up to the board. So
I have a question about that. So are you saying then a quorum would be you and 2 board members? Oh, okay, okay.
I'm not included in that. Just
Okay,
yes,
okay. So instead it would be 3 board members going would make a quorum.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just double checking.
Yeah,
Thank you.
got it. No worries. So now I'll leave it to you, board, to determine who will be attending. In Sacramento, this will also help Lisa and I plan travel for those folks.
Attorney Jeff, did you have anything to add to that before we start?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think as Sarah noted, there is, I've never done it because I don't know that I've had anyone actually implement it, but you could, in meeting with local and representatives, there is an exception of the Brown Act that allows you to hold your meetings outside of boundaries. But I do believe it still requires notice compliance. So we'd have to look at how to do that specifically. But I think Sarah summarized it perfectly. So I don't really have anything substantive to add.
Well, if we're nominating people, I nominate President Flowen and Director Short
What?
For which trip?
for Washington.
Oh,
We'll do that one first. Are there any other?
I second. Is that what you're doing? Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
I'll second that.
Is there any,
What's the substance of the motion? I mean, I'd like to
Who's
hear,
going to DC?
well, I'd like that in this motion.
Oh, I motioned that President Flowen and Director Short go to the Washington DC legislative meeting.
are there any other? Well, we have to
So
vote on that first.
motioned and you seconded,
Yeah.
and so now
Oh,
we have a vote.
Those in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Opposed?
okay.
Motion carried. Okay, so that one's done. Well, we got Sacramento, which would be March, approximately March 9 to 11 of this of next year.
So
So
I'd like to make a motion on that.
proceed, please.
So I motion that I go and Director Jarlsberg to Sacramento.
Are you up for that, Jane?
Well, I was just looking at my calendar. I think, I'm not sure if I have a ticket to someplace on the 11th.
Okay, so is that
So I
enough?
need to, I'm interested, obviously.
Maybe you could do a motion and with an alternate.
Okay, so I'll make that motion that myself and Director Jarlsberg attend the Sacramento legislative session, March 9th to the 11th, with David Fick as a backup,
Okay,
alternate.
You're available.
do we have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And those dates again, they're tentative. They could change as soon as we know for sure. Then we will be, we'll make sure that those are involved. We'll be, everybody will be updated.
Okay.
I have a question.
Sure.
Do we have a project manager yet
Yes,
through your house?
yes.
Do we know who that is?
Her name is Yasmin. I don't know how to say her last name. Yasmin,
Yeah.
like Yasmin, but with a D at the back end. Yasmin.
So I don't know why that was a now thing. Project manager. No, we'll talk later. As long as we don't have a quorum. Okay, at this indicated time, which is 9:10 a.m., we're going to pause this special meeting of the Board of Directors for a workshop on translating the strategic plan into the annual business plan. This will be presented by General Manager Sarah Johnson. Following the workshop, I will reconvene the special board meeting and we will continue with the agenda, starting with item 7C. Sarah Johnson.
Thank you again. This has been a project, long time coming. It's taken a ton of effort, and we're happy to present it to the board and see work that's being done in support of the strategic plan that was adopted for 25 through 2030. What we're going to do, we have these large documents on dais. If you want to come up, great. And Lisa, if you could put this up on the screen. And before we start going through this, I'm going to give it an overview of how this works so that you have some context. So then we'll go through each of the pages and have some conversation. Let's see.
You compare.
So everyone has the strategic plan in front of them, the pretty colorful documents.
Just a minor point, David, when you speak, use the podium this time so that we can see your face and all that instead of the back of your neck.
Okay.
All right.
Right, continue.
The strategic plan starting on page 7. You can see there's objectives 1.1, 0.2, and 0.3. And below that are bullet points. So what we've done on this accompanying document is turn the bullet points into letters. So for instance, the objective 1.1, the first bullet point says groundwater resources. That's A. And the one below that is B. The one below that is C. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, that was the best way to articulate that into this type of document. Referring to this document, each of the pages is one tab on this Excel spreadsheet that Lisa now has up on our screen. On the left on A, you have the project managers. Sometimes there's multiple, there's a lot of different pieces and moving parts to a lot of these projects. Let me also preface, this is an internal document. It's not a published document. This is a working document. So any fonts or typo issues, please feel free to jot them down and give them to me. We'll make those corrections, but it's not intended to be a public facing document, just so that we can keep track of the work that needs to be done or is being done. The objectives, again, they align with what I showed you in the strategic plan itself. So 1.1 matches objective 1.1 plan for a robust long-term water supply to meet current needs in the future, and 1. Is that right? Plan for a sufficient need. See a little typo there, but that's okay. 1.1 here, and then A, B, C, and then 1.2. If we scroll down a little bit, Lisa, and the same thing, A, B, C. Then to the right, column D has column B has a supporting project that matches that plan objective. Column E has a description to that project. Sometimes you'll see a 1 and a 2 and a 3. That's because there's multiple projects that match that objective. Then you'll see some optional progress notes, costing if we have it there. The costing really needs to be in the budget, not in this document, but we'll notate it for the base sense. And then the anticipated project dates, if it's highlighted in gray, that means that there's work being done in each of those fiscal years on those projects and the status of what is happening on those projects. For instance, 1 says C 5.3A. Sometimes there's, if you remember when we put the strategic plan together, there was some cross-referencing to different objectives. So if there's cross-referencing, try to reduce some redundancy in this document so that we're not having to update multiple tabs because things will get that way. So that's what that is. And then on the status itself, you'll see some consistent terminology. So ongoing means just that, it's something that we're continuing to do. In queue means it's going to be scheduled to monitor. That's something that we're watching for, but there's not necessarily something happening at the moment completed. If I have a date, and put that in there. And so on and so forth. So any questions about the way this is put together before we start going into the meat of the subject?
Well, before anybody asks, I think I figured it out. It was a nice puzzle. But the PM column, so there's acronyms, so it's Department of Operations, is that what that is?
That's Director of Operations.
Yeah, Director, and then Director of
Right.
Finance, Director of Administration.
Correct.
That do made me think it was all me.
Well, if you're interested, we're hiring.
Yeah.
So is there anything you can put that, your screen sharing toward the top? Scroll all the way to the left. Spreadsheet itself. This is 1.1. So what we can do.
Before we get started, I know it's a workshop, so I'm allowed to speak. I just want to say I recognize that this is a tremendous amount of work, a tremendous amount of work. And then oh my gosh, I know what this is like. I kind of love doing stuff like this. But yeah, I know. And to do those cross-referencing and stuff, it's a lot to juggle in your head. So I just want to say before we get started, I just really appreciate this wonderful document and all the effort that was put into it.
Thank you.
And I will also say I'm impressed by the structure of it. It's just-
And there's no, it's been put together and torn apart a bazillion times. There's no perfect way to present this
Oh, this is
information.
pretty dang good.
So we did the best that we could. There's been a lot of night, burning the night oil, is that what they call it?
The midnight oil.
Midnight oil on this document. So I think we can just kind of go line by line, talk about the projects, and everybody here, staff, if it's their project, something they're working on, they can chime in, ask questions. It's meant to be an engaging workshop. And we'll go from there. So the first one, the objective is plan for sufficient long-term water supply to meet current and future customer needs. And you can also see in this document, the column C, line 6. You can see the 3 dots. That's been put in there because the actual terminology is in the strategic plan document. And we tried to make this as printable, print friendly as possible. So we truncated where we could. All right, so inventory groundwater resources, access, long-term sustainability, etc. We have 2 projects that support that initiative. One is the Urban Water Management Plan and our Shortage Contingency Plan, which is currently being worked on. We're working with Zanjero Engineering Firm, where if you remember, we partnered with Mojave Water Agency as the regional urban water plan. So that's in process. It will get to your level in spring of next year, but in the local meetings at MWA, and with we built Zanjero will be coming here to do some assessments for us. We're going to have a whole chapter in there. But this particular document, if you look at the current one that we have on our website, it assesses our groundwater resources. I think that's where VP Doolittle recently saw how much water we have in our aquifers and was doing that math of 2,000 years or 1,000 years of water. So that information lives in those documents. So that supports the. Additionally, we already do annual recharge. That requires budget, it requires maintenance of recharge ponds, it requires staff monitoring. We're currently recharging right now. That project open the court initiative. And these are ongoing projects. The recharge is ongoing for all the fiscal years, as long as budget allows, of course. And then the urban water plan will be adopted in 2026 and will be good for 5 years, and then we'll redo it. So you can see there's a cycle to these. Any questions on?
I have one. Something I was working on with the ARPA recently. Okay, I don't know if it's on the videos, YouTube videos, but I've had discussions against Director Mickey Luckman and Vic Fuller regarding the recharge ponds. They were saying we need as much as possible. And I was saying, you need 6 at the most. They won, they have 9 of them now. I don't know how many are used,
9 what?
recharge ponds. There's one
Where-
little
where
one,
are you
but there's
talking-
8
There's
sizable.
one,
Where are
one
you
big
talking
one
about?
that's segmented
Recharge ponds.
into 5 or 7 parts.
Those are the ponds that we recharge our water into that
Oh,
are just next
okay.
to the park.
I don't know the history of it, but I assume at the most 4 have been used. And so there's 4 major recharge ponds that are not being used. I was talking to, I was also on the 2017 energy study ad hoc group for energy for the entire district. And it was figured out that we needed 8 acres of solar panels, still solar panels, to offset the entire electricity use. There's 7 acres of the 4 recharge ponds that are unused as far as I know. I don't know how many have been used, but I assume that the maximum has been 4. But the solar field can go in there above the recharge part. They can put it on stilts. We can have a solar,
Well, let's talk about solar later, because it's indicated in this as well.
but I'm just saying that's a consideration.
Could be, yes.
Okay.
The recharge ponds all get used to my knowledge, and we rotate through all of them, because once you use a pond, they start to get some erosion, so we have to go in and we have to maintenance those ponds, so we move the water to a different pond so that we can maintenance the pond, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Also, if you utilize all the ponds, you're eliminating evaporation. Right, because if you have a pond that's more full and it takes longer to percolate, if you could spread that out and percolate quicker, you're also limiting your loss to
Oh,
evaporation rate. So again, to my knowledge, most of the ponds are being used. It also depends on, how much silt will have in those ponds, which again affects that perk rate. So with the ponds that you has, it gives you operational flexibility to use those as much as you can to benefit the recharge as quick as you can to get it into the ground.
Director.
Oh, I guess I didn't need to do that, but yeah, so I have a couple of things that I was trying to write it down and say it at the same time. So one is, where would, I've been interested lately in the amount of water in the aquifers. So where, it seems to me that would be in the 1.1 objective, where, because we had talked about USGS and et cetera. So just trying to get a bead on.
It's in the urban water plan, you actually could see the document massive, but if you get.
I read it. I love it.
Yeah, it's great, and that information lives in that document.
Okay, so if we're updating that, it's not going to be in here. It's just going to be in, we're not going to put a line in here for that.
It will. Yes, I'm confused. We're updating the urban plan. If there's a change in what we have in our aquifers, that will be indicated in the urban plan,
Okay.
but not necessarily this doc, because this document, again, it's not public facing. This is just showing our work
Okay.
and what's happening, and the public facing documents is where you want that information.
Yeah, and let me be clear that I'm not going to go through here and say you need to add. Okay, so I see that I think this is very comprehensive. So that was just one thing I was wondering about, because when we plan for sufficient long-term water supply, it seems to me that would fall into this, especially since I've been doing some research on it, which I'll share in my director's comments. So anyway, we'll just take a note of it. How about that?
It would fall into how much water is in the.
Right, well, just
Yeah.
if we're planning for sufficient long-term water supply, so it's just that, reassurance that we have enough, or, it's the question that I've been working on, and I did some research and I'll report it in my director's comments. Just exactly how much water we have and whether or not we need to, it's kind of what he referred to, whether or not we need, how much do we need to keep?
We need to recharge.
Yeah, and so, yeah.
That's a great question, and you'll see, as we keep going through this, you're gonna see those points met.
Yeah.
So,
But there also is this reference to 5.3A, which I looked at, which I think is talking about what you're talking about.
Hexavalent chromium is what 5.3A is, isn't it?
It's developed capacity of water supply and
Oh.
growth to
the
be
very
supported.
back page, if you look at the back of your document, 5.3A is the capacity
Oh,
for the
got
support.
Oh, okay.
So.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's right there. All right.
Okay.
Oh, I got that. Thank you.
So you'll see.
that was
if you have
hexavalent.
those Questions, they're gonna pop up elsewhere in the document.
Yeah.
A lot here.
I'm sorry, I looked that up and I had it in something
Well,
else.
It's okay, it's the first time you've seen it in this form.
I'm glad I got here early.
All right, so are we ready for the next one?
Yeah, so this is like our water portfolio is what we're kind of talking about. We're assessing water sources for, and and looking at other things. So anyway. Oh, and one thing, on 1.1C, so I thought AMI was off the table, so this to me looks new.
Well, let's go to 1.1B first. and
Oh,
then
okay.
we'll get-
All right, okay.
Let's go in order, otherwise we're gonna.
I thought we were moving on to 1.2, sorry.
That's okay. And we don't have to go through each line by line. We can go by 1.2 and then everyone reviews it, ask questions, and move on. It's your choice. I'm just want to give you a thorough overview of what's going on. So we'll start this way. If we find that it's becoming too much, then we'll move to old, kind of gray lines and then read through. All right, so 1.1B, assess the alternative water sources for aquifer replenishment. And right now, we don't have alternative sources. The only one that we are somewhat aware of is Cadiz, which is pretty controversial. I know that would perk you up. There's not other viable options other than the state water project waters, unless there's something that I'm missing. I don't know that there's another. Something that got brought up recently was adding sewer service may be a way to create alternative water source, but after reviewing it and talking it through, that water already exists here anyway. It's not going to create new water.
What about stormwater capture?
Well, we talked with USGS when we were here last year, and they said that water is already percolated into our aquifers and that capturing it would not create. The ROI would not pencil out, is the way I understood that presentation.
And who did that?
USGS.
Okay.
So that's something that we're going to keep monitoring, and if an initiative comes up in regards to that, then we need to move on learning and researching about it. But as of right now, we're not seeing any current viable options. Any questions before we move on?
But just to say too, that the supply line, so to speak, for water is extremely sturdy with fallback strategies and stuff. Mojave Water Agency has them. I've mentioned in recent meetings that they've got a 5-year supply of water in the ground right now that they could, even if the state cuts us down to 5% or whatever they like to do in droughts, we've got overlapping water supplies that should suit our
Well,
needs.
we beat them with 2,000 years of water in the ground.
Yeah, the thing that we should concern ourselves too is our ability to get it out of the ground.
Yeah, that's true.
True.
That's true.
Too.
Buckets.
Interesting subject for another day.
It's also a point that, we can think back, back to previous boards, and it was a really good idea to get involved in that project. It met this objective here. We brought in water. It's not managed depletion anymore to the same degree as, some. If a district doesn't have that line, then it's managed depletion. We're not in that situation, so we're pretty fortunate. All right, 1.1B, implement effective water conservation program. So yes, AMI for a minute we thought was off the table, but we don't think that anymore. Researched, and I'll let David kind of chime in here because he's done the lion's share of the research. We've researched some feasibility, and we want to consider a future implementation. Today's reserve discussions, we'll talk about that a little bit. There's some money left over in the meter exchange program that could be dedicated for AMI conversion. We want to begin some research on that in 2026 and then possibly request funding in the next fiscal years. You want to chime in about that?
Sure. A number of years ago, there was a propagation study that was done by census. And it was a bit incomplete because we still had the old style meters. And if you recall, our meter replacement program is now complete. And that was causing an issue with meter reading just in the amount of staff time and effort that was going into it, not the accuracy of the meter reads. So I started digging into it because the information that we were given in the past was a bit incomplete. And so what I would like to start talking with our census rep about again is another accurate propagation study now that we have all the new meters in the ground, and see what the feasibility for that is moving forward. some other information on that. It's that we were told there would need to be huge towers put all over the district, which is also incorrect. I looked up the exact model for what would be needed for the AMI program, and they're antennas that are probably no bigger than this whiteboard. And strategically placed so that they would funnel the data into a central collection. Yeah, the information that we got in the past was a bit mediocre, and I want to get something that's accurate so that we can make an informed decision. That's it.
Thank you, David.
Well, I could just cheer about that news, so.
Oh, one more thing, sorry, is that when these new meters were selected by the board, I believe it was 2018, the district invested in 2/3 of the AMI system. The meter and the MXU, which is the radio, and the board opted out of the AMI system infrastructure as a whole. So we already have purchased 2/3 of the AMI system. The only downside to that is that we wouldn't have to send a field technician out to do meter reading once a month, and we can have. But there is plenty of work that staff can be doing instead of that if we decide as a district to go that route. So.
Well,
yes.
sorry. Well, you'll see in my report that I'm going to present from Aqua and JPIA. I'm going to present at the next meeting. It's a written report, but the number one legal claims that they have now are for trip and falls at meters because of AMI, because the staff are not getting out. They're not getting out of their trucks and inspecting it. So anyway, I'll tell you what the mitigation is when we meet.
Would you also write out what AMI means? Stands for?
Remember, this is an internal document. So that's why, you're gonna see some acronyms in here,
Yeah,
but it's automated meter infrastructure. Yeah.
okay.
And so that just means that the meter reads can come straight to the office through towers on a radio instead of driving by and picking up the read. There's pros and cons to all of these technologies. Work, it shifts work, it doesn't take away work. You have to, we have people that need to deal with issues. There's weather issues. So it comes with a lot of folks that think, well, if we have that, then that eliminates, human interaction, but it doesn't, it just shifts the work different. Sorry.
Yes, question. I remember on this ad hoc energy commission situation happened in 2015. The second consultant came in and said the first one was all wrong. Now, my question is to you, when you were getting that information as far as all the needed towers, who was telling you that?
That was the representative from Alpha Metric.
Metric.
But that's who you're going to be working with again, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that was that. Yeah,
Oh,
there were
misunderstood.
just some incomplete information that we received previously.
Oh, okay.
we got more accurate information from the representative personal.
Okay. So 1.1C, implement effective water conservation programs at VMI, we just finished. So now we can move on to 1.2, implement cost-effective solutions to water quality challenges. 1.2A, this one's been complete in October 25, and that was analyze technologies to identify best options for Chrome 6 regulation. And there's a whole synopsis in there, but if you remember, we did the alternatives analysis with Jacobs Engineering when they presented to the board. And so now we've whittled down potential treatment solutions for Chrome 6 to either be most likely strong-based anion exchange, but could be weak-based, so pilot studies will help us determine that. So that portion, the project is done and was funded through U.S. Water Alliance EPA funding service, which saved the district about $200,000. I'm going to keep moving on unless I see, people wanting to talk. 1.2B, monitor and implement appropriate feasibility and industry USGS research and best practices. So a supporting project we have for that is monitoring that we want to do, it's in queue, is to monitor wells in collaboration with USGS, using existing monitoring wells to collect and monitor water quality data. Federal shutdowns have combined with workloads have delayed that effort, but we'll revisit again. So that's on our list of to-dos. 1.2C, increase investments in personnel and facilities, execute all necessary water quality supply demand activities. So a supporting project that we have for that right now is the well 15 rehabilitation and water profiling project. We're engaging in that rehab, and we will profile the saturated zones of the well to search for improved water quality. It's in progress, and I expect to do the profiling in January of next year. Okay, moving on, 1.3, preserve water quality. 1.3A is monitor levels of potentially hazardous constituents in the groundwater. And we do that through the supporting project of our sampling program. The sampling program that we have in place is designed to ensure ongoing protection of public health. We do how many samples per week?
Oh, if you just, the ones that are sent to the lab, I think there's 10 to 12, but every day there's other samples, just like a basic residual, which is a water quality sample. So I think when we have that some information not too long ago, something like 14 or 1,500 samples in a year. If we consider everything that we do to monitor the water that's being extracted from the aquifer and the sampling of the distribution system.
And there's checks and balances too. The samples are sent to SWRCD as well. So they will monitor our work to make sure that we're doing it appropriately, and then all of our water quality as matching or beneath any MCL for any constituent. And then we also monitor new constituents and ensuring that, you know, if we have a future challenge that we can meet it from 6 is one of those.
Well, I'm just an observation. We have 5 wells, and if you say 1,500, that means that we're getting roughly 3 tests.
Well, that includes the distribution system also. The distribution system, which includes the reservoirs, the sampling stations throughout the distribution system, and then you have your source water, which are the wells. And those are sampled on I think a monthly basis, the wells, distribution system on a weekly basis and or daily in some cases.
Thank you.
We see the some billing evidence in the check register and signing checks also. The name of the company lab escapes me at the moment, but
Yeah, Babcock.
yeah, I was gonna say Woodcock, and it is. But there's about in the check register, there's 8 to 10
No.
billings, whatever, invoices, I don't know, just for whatever they're doing. Plus, we have Kenny going up all these tanks all the time, taking water samples and testing for chlorine levels, because chlorine in the tanks is essential because that's standing water up there. So we don't want it to necessarily low, but we want it for safety.
On to 1.3B, with SB County and Regional Quality Board regarding centralized wastewater treatment. And you're very familiar with the most recent supporting project in that endeavor was the septic to sewer discussion that we had a board meeting not too long ago. That's just going to be an ongoing matter that we're going to need to monitor as time goes. Goal 2, financing affordability. I have some suggestions about next time we do a strategic plan about the organization of the document that would be a lot more efficient for us to manage. Got some notes on that. That each of these tabs, the intent was to be like the water supply and finance and affordability. I think there was intent for it to match a department, but you can see by the project manager it doesn't. It's all over the place. So I prefer that each tab was one's for operations, one's for finance, one's for admin, and that way, and maybe a catch-all tab for the action, because it's really difficult. For instance, Anne, I'll pick on Anne. I said, please take a look at this document. She's got to go all over it to find what belongs to her, instead of just having one tab dedicated to her department.
But naturally, there's a lot of overlap in
Sure.
departments too, so it's hard to do that on every.
It's hard, but I
Yeah.
think we can make an effort to make it a little easier for
Yeah.
us next time.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so finance and affordability, everyone's favorite subject, 2.1, assess revenue requirements, update financial plans. And I'm gonna let you take 2.5A.
Okay. All right, well, just going back to 22-23, the district did do a rate study. And we'll do one again in about 2027. The goal of the rate study is to recover costs of providing water service, be fair and equitable to all customers, be easy to understand and implement, includes less increases to the fixed basic monthly fee with more increases to monthly water flow charges based on usage, and reflect the cost of providing service and comply with the substantive requirements of California Constitution, Article 13D, Section 6, as established by Proposition 218. And so this language is actually found in our rate study. This is the goal of the rate study, and I assume will be the goal of the next rate study as well. So this is intended to support JBWD's long-term operational and financial stability, but to address the affordability concern and equity concerns that are raised in the objective. My final statement here is that legally rates cannot be set they must be based on cost of service, not affordability. However, the rate study does consider affordability. It just cannot adapt the rates to something other than cost of service legally. However, it does inform the board where there are needs to establish programs like our low income assistance program and our CAP program that can assist customers in other ways with funds that are legally able to be used for that purpose.
Yeah, my question was the definition of affordability. Is it affordability for the ratepayers or for the district?
Well, I assume it's affordability for the ratepayers. The district is obligated to recover its costs. So cost of service strictly. So I think the concern that was raised in the strategic plan objective was affordability for the ratepayers.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm assuming, but it
Yeah.
make it really clear. on
Well,
this.
I want to chime in there. Those objectives are board objectives. So that if there's not clarity, we need that clarity. It's for the board to tell us what that means. Because we're trying to figure out what it means. We can't apply a
Well,
project to it.
That
We don't
word has
know.
been coming up a lot lately.
Yeah.
And, so I just want to clarify how we're using it.
Yeah, as Ann stated, we have to collect the costs to run the district.
Right.
So we have also in this past year provided increased benefits through the CAP program and the low income assistance program, which are funded through property tax revenues. Since water rates cannot subsidize low income customers. We also are planning a fee study in 2026 to ensure more equitable distribution of cost of service, just updating those fees so that we continue to charge each customer that obtains a service the proper fee for that service. And an indirect cost rate analysis was just performed in 2025, just a month or two ago. I think we brought that to the board. To ensure more equitable distribution of cost of service as well. So with those overhead rates, capturing all of those costs that aren't direct to the customer through the overhead rates. And so that is also an equitable distribution of the district's costs. Yeah. Questions about that or?
Lots going on, lots going on.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so did you want me to keep going?
Oh, I'll take this one. and
Okay.
we'll,
I was just gonna keep going.
I'll put you on the spot in the next one. 2.1B. This one is consider alternatives to the policy of pay as you go. And it's also indicated on another goal. So you'll see that cross-reference back to this one. We have just engaged with, you recall, with Rojas, which we talked about earlier today, and Ridgeline. And Ridgeline's helping us develop some funding strategies for Chrome 6, including state revolving fund loans. And then Rojas is going to help us engage with legislators, hopefully to find some earmarked monies. Those are new initiatives They're ongoing and they're in addition to regular work. So while it might be nice that we have support, I think there's a common misconception just because you have a consultant, I'll do the work for you. That's just, I can't do the work unless we feed into the So it's one more thing to take care of, manage. You know, Ann's been working pretty closely with Ridgeline on a future 10-year forecasting. And that's taking a lot of time and effort in addition to regular tasks. RoHS, same thing with the kickoff meeting and feeding information and reviewing all sorts of documents. So it's good work, but it's just, you know, in addition to everything else. So those are the new initiatives for 2.1B. 2. Any questions there?
Yeah. Who is Redshine?
Ridgeline is the municipal advisor that was hired in October. The board, he came to the board meeting, Dimitri Semenov.
Yeah.
And they're helping us with the SRF application currently, and they're also going to be presenting to the board in February-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's March, maybe.
all right. Giving us a long-term 10-year forecast of costing.
Does Ridgeline and RoHS know about each other?
They do, yeah.
What is, how does a fund revolve?
Well, it's a good question. It doesn't if there's no money in it. So
I've got a guess, but
The state revolving fund?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
that question
revolves.
They get federal money, I'll tell you that.
It's actually, it's an excellent question. I've never given it a bit of thought. I couldn't answer
The
that.
money keeps coming in and out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rotation, I guess.
yeah, I'm
But it's a
thinking,
loan.
say from the preceding fiscal year, you don't spend all of it. And so whatever is unspent goes, it carries on to the next year plus
It's
what the budget is for that next year. In other words, it potentially grow. That's what I'm guessing. It's,
I
Exactly.
mean, that would be nice if it works that way. I don't.
Well, it was 15
know enough about the state,
Yeah.
But you
all
can
the
pay
state
that.
inner workings.
Yeah, it's, it is a loan.
Several-
It's also sometimes provided with loan principal forgiveness so that if they have the money, then sometimes they'll forgive it for a certain period of time. Sometimes it's a match. Just depends on what the state's doing. Each year it changes. They have an intended use plan that kind of outlines what they'll do for the year. This year they omitted from 6 in their intended use plan. So we're hoping next year we're advocating for that to get in there so that the funding can be available to the districts that need it. All right, 2.1C, you want to talk about that one?
Yes, I will. All right, so this 2.1C relates to reviewing the current lien processes and considering alternative policies and practices. So we did do something like this in August of this year, along with the bad debt presentation. And I think Vice President Doolittle was absent from that meeting, so you not remember this, but I did bring a staff report. We conducted a comprehensive review of our primary collection methods, and as part of the evaluation, staff reassessed the available options including using a collection agency, which was something that we had considered and actually gone through an RFP process for, and then come to find out that the results of the collections in this industry are very poor and not worthwhile, essentially, after we pay the contingency fee to the agency. We also looked at placing delinquent accounts on the tax roll, some issues with that. It's, you know, that is an option, but it is limited to certain customers only. And ultimately, the lien route that we have been going was the most efficient and effective, we determined, to collect. It just is a longer term solution. So liens don't have to be paid immediately. They have to be paid when the property transfers. And so we do secure our interest in the, the debt that the customer owes us. We secure our interest through their property, but it is a longer term solution. Less staff work, less aggravation for the customers. Generally, we don't get a lot of pushback with those liens because they do fund through property transfers. So in regard to that 2.1C, we did present this topic again in August, and we will continue to review it as needed in the future.
Thank you. Next one is the revised grant management policy for the 2.1B, and the district needs to develop a grant policy which spells out the departmental responsibilities. We've gathered some samples and pretty much it's done that. The project is in process and we hope to have that policy updated before the end of fiscal year. 2.1E, pursue cost-effective grants for capital improvements, etc. And that's SRF, the revolving fund application that we anticipate to submit by 12/31 is in process. If you remember, we approved a resolution, I believe it's by September, so that we could apply for that funding. So that's part of that process. So it's still in process. Ridgeline is helping us with that.
Oh, okay. So Ridgeline is not listed in the PM slot. So just looking at that, I thought it was just you guys doing it.
Well,
It's okay. I'm just glad you're getting some,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just glad you're getting some help. That's all.
Yes, yeah, that one's it's complicated.
Yeah, I know. That's a lot.
Not easy applications.
Mm.
That one thing I did advocate for when I was in Sacramento at SWRCB meetings to make those applications more accessible to small districts. We have to hire somebody to help us. I feel like that's a little bit ridiculous. It should be something that we can do, and it's just a massive effort. 2.1F, if it's blank, as you see here, it means just it's not in queue yet. I think there's only 4 objectives in this entire thing that are blank. So that's pretty good considering this just came out this year. And this one is explore opportunities for alternative sources of income to offset costs and labor burden. So that's just TBD, and we will, get to that for sure within the 5-year period of this plan.
Wait, just 1 second before you go. So this is 2 point, where are we? 2.1,
1F.
2.1. Oh, okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, 2.2, manage financial reserves consistent with policies. The objective is 2.2A, and that is review risks and returns of current strategy. And then Ann, you want to talk about this a little bit?
All right, so the district does not have in-house investment personnel. We've talked about that when we brought the investment policy last year and considered the alternative investment options. Accordingly, it engages investment expertise and agencies to provide that professional expertise and ensures prudent portfolio management. So a reminder here again that California local agencies must invest first with safety in mind, liquidity, and then yield last. So we do not chase the yield first and foremost. However, it is important, and we are now a quarter of it's about a fifth, I think, at this point, of our funds are invested with CAMP, the new agency that we chose, that the board chose. And we continue to follow updates from the agency's professional advisor, who is Kyle Tanaka. You met him recently as well. And also follow the LAIF and CalTrust advice as well. So CalTrust is an alternative to CAMP, and they put out a lot of newsletters. And so we follow that information as well. And so that is an ongoing long-term maintenance type of task. Any questions about that?
Two point three, continually seek efficiencies in managing principal assets and resources. 2.3A.
Southern California Edison, they have certain pumping and agricultural rates that they offer to agencies. And basically you get some reduced rates if you promise not to run during certain times during the high demand time. So the district is always looking at its pumping strategies to take advantage of whatever Edison offers the district in lower rates. And that's where the SCADA system comes in. The SCADA system controls those wells and boosters to ensure that we operate, sometimes a well will fire up at 1 in the morning or whenever. Try to take advantage of those rates. We try to top off our reservoirs during the lower cost. And then they gravity feed and then we refill them. So we do our best to utilize the time of use pumping strategies by scheduling pumping operations during off-peak hours when electricity rates are lower, effectively reducing pumping costs. By shifting energy intensive pumping to these times, we are optimizing energy consumption and lowering overall operation expenses. Yes.
You hear a lot about the cost of energy right now. Is it going up as far as you can tell?
I don't know if I can comment on that. I know Edison is always adjusting their rates, but I don't know specifics to the pumping and agricultural rates. But that's something that we're always looking at. And again, what does Edison offer the district to help lower our overall energy?
And are these off, the hours that are less, are they changing? Is that rate changing over time?
It has changed over, my career has changed several times and recently, probably 5, 6, 7 years ago, they changed drastically the
Yeah,
way we operate pumps. And this goes back to even something like well 15, when we do an upgrade in a well, we're also upgrading the electric motor to a premium efficient motor. So that also has energy savings for that particular site. So district is constantly looking at what we have to keep our energy costs low.
And also, we've had it analyzed twice, once by UCN, which is the company that was hired a couple of years ago to analyze our power usage. And then more recently by Ventura Energy. And both consultants confirm that our strategy is one of the most efficient that they've seen. We pump 98% of the time in the lowest cost. And that's not very typical is what I'm understanding. A lot of agencies, for whatever reasons, they may have their reasons. They're just not as efficient in that regard as we've been able to be. So I'm really thankful for that.
Congratulations.
It's good.
yeah, but we are aware that electricity is a big cost.
It's one of our largest costs.
Yeah, so even a minor change can be a major financial change.
Sure. So it's something that we monitor closely and then use that are probably changing. That's something we probably need to monitor on an annual basis versus a monthly, because Edison is not great about billing. They'll go months and not bill us for one of our wells or they'll overbill us for one of our wells. So we're constantly in a billing battle with them. And then, so looking at it each month, it's going to be inconsistent. You need to see it over a longer period.
Does UCM follow all this?
UCM, I just had a conversation with them about maybe a month and a half ago. They reanalyzed all of our accounts and they still think that we're doing great. And then Claire McNaghy from Ventura Energy, she's interesting. She's on another one. So I want to talk about her a little bit later, but she is a engineer. She went through all of our power bills and also determined they're doing really, really well. So, but we'll talk about her a little bit.
I'd also be curious, what are agricultural rates?
So they lump that into when they call pumping and agriculture. It's one race, for agencies that are pumping potable water, the agricultural rates for farms that are pumping the water for the crops. So it's just lumped into what they call PA rate structure, pumping agriculture rate. And then within those PA rates, a certain time of use options that allow you to take advantage of the cheap kilowatt per hour price that they charge us.
And the last, I signed a check for the electric bill last week and it was for $42,000 for whatever month it was. And sometimes it's hard I used to think that kind of was an indicator of consumption, and it partially is, and it may be partially too, the time that we pump and what the Edison's rates are. So it's you just kind of have to do the best you can with these kind of things. It seems like the electric bill monthly is anywhere from say 38 up into maybe 42,000 for a month, which is indeed pretty substantial. But just in kind of paying attention to some of this stuff, I'm satisfied that the district is adopting any conceivable strategy to reduce the electric bill. I know that. And this the solar panel thing is always out there that we might do something, but I'm always apprehensive about the political impact with the public having to look at solar panels, because generally speaking, they don't like solar fields. So that we'll see.
And there's replacement cost too, which they talk about a lot. They say, oh, big answer, but wait for 10 years and you got to replace it all again, and then the prices are higher. So, I mean, there's a lot of things to consider, obviously.
That solar panels you're talking about?
Yes,
Yeah, mine are obsolete. They're about 15, 18 years
Yeah.
old. They're obsolete now and inefficient relative to what's
yeah.
new. So we'll see.
And I see a lot of bird droppings and, stuff on them too,
The dust even makes it so that they all charge as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, so a lot of these, if you see that ongoing or it says complete long-term maintenance required, that's it. Just because it's done here, it's not done. We still need to evaluate as time goes on, relook at these items and integrate those into our annual reviews or earlier if needed. All right. 2.3B, improve and maintain asset tracking and management systems. So we've made a lot of progress on this year. First with the Asset Panda implementation, and I'll let David and Ann talk a little bit about that. And then second project that supports this objective is the geosystem overhaul. And then Ray and I can talk about that after. So enough about Asset Panda.
Sure. Yeah, so this is something that I'm really enthusiastic about. We had no system in place prior, software, I should say. We had a system, we just didn't have software to track our attractive expendables. So those are really items that don't rise to the level of being an asset, something that generally is not $5,000 or more. And so Asset Panda is a cloud-based asset management and tracking platform that supplements the district's financial system Encode. And it improves the accuracy, efficiency, and transparency of asset management. This project centralizes asset data across departments. So we now have, David is able to, while he's managing the IT resources, he's able to go in there and enter all of those when they're purchased. We can all see them, all of us that have access to Asset Panda. We're trying to
A few of us that have access.
Yeah. We're gonna expand it a little bit more for some other purposes. So we actually are gonna start managing our fleet list through there as well. So we'll expand the access a little bit, but it will be by design. And so David is able to track all of those IT resources. When we eliminate something, when we remove it from service, we're able to update that.
Yeah, it's kind of a centralized place to keep that information. So I'm working on making a system to match what we have in AT&T, match what we have with Southwest, our IT company, and Asset Panda, and any internal spreadsheets that we have. So we can put in serial numbers and IMEI numbers and all of that. And so this device is assigned to this person. This is when, if something breaks or gets run over by a dump truck, which would never happen, they will know, okay, here's the replacement. Okay, this one's going to be disposed of responsibly. Here's the information off of that one. This is the replacement. Here's the information. Here's when this was no longer assigned to that person, and here's when this new one is assigned to this person. So there's a lot of information and a lot of kind of moving pieces that we're actively working on making the central database.
Yeah. So it's really helpful for that. Also tracking larger tools that we might purchase, something like a saw or
That pipe cutter.
yeah, pipe cutter, something that, is not an asset, but is trackable. It's something we want to track. And so there are some improvements that I still to make on the system, but essentially the foundation is there. And yes, it will require ongoing maintenance, of course. And, over time, we'll keep trying to make use of it in better ways.
So would you be inputting depreciation? Is that part of the maintenance part that you were talking about, where you have to put in depreciation situations with some of this stuff? Or are these things that you don't?
We don't depreciate.
Because they're so small, you don't track them.
Right. Right now, what we have in there are not depreciable assets. They are other items, but in the future, we would have, maybe some of our larger assets like wells and pumps in there. I debate the, usefulness of having that information in this particular software, but those are items that have depreciation associated with them. We track that through Encode right now, and we would continue to do so, I think, knowing what I do about both programs. But yeah, so right now we have those large items in there, like the wells and the boosters and the tanks. But you know, they're not the initial concern or motivation for really starting this project with Asset Panda was tracking of things that are attractive or easily
Walk away.
lost or yes.
Yeah, a well can
Missing.
get up on its legs and walk away very easily.
Right, right. Those are not really tracking concerns with those large assets.
Is that a GASP thing? Did they describe to you what you can account for in terms of depreciation and stuff like that? Is that a GASP thing?
Yes, it is. There is a specific definition to an asset and when you can take depreciation and all of that. And these are generally items that are not, they don't rise to that level.
So you've got to obey the rules. You can't make stuff up and
Correct.
individual, depreciate an asset that's a hammer because the head fell off.
That's right. Yeah, it has specific criteria, see if I can remember. It has to be useful for at least a year. It has to reach that dollar threshold. There's a small list of criteria that it needs to meet.
Thank you.
So I have a few things to say, just on 2.3B, right? That's where we are.
Oh, we didn't do geo.
Yeah, let's do geo first and then ask questions. We only did Asset Panda so far.
Oh, okay, sure, that's fine. Wait, okay, yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, GeoViewer, sorry, I got it.
I see a mistake in here that I'll correct. But Geosystem overhaul. So we've had GeoViewer for a number of years now, I think since 2020-ish. And GeoViewer is very customizable and it's a great system that can be so customizable it can get out of control. And I think that's kind of what happened. It was just too many things happening at one time. So Ray got here and he said, this thing to manage the way I want it to manage. And so we spent 9 months reorganizing the entire platform, kind of deconstructing and reconstructing it. And I've implemented a lot of software in my career, and it's easier to start from the beginning and go forward than it is to deconstruct and reconstruct. It's murder. It's really bad. But we did get through it. It's not done. There's still more to do, more modules to be implemented as it includes down the road. We decided to do what was the most important first and really build those out and then test them and make sure that they work appropriately before we add more. So I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, what's just a point, I joke with Sarah a lot, I'm more old school, pen and paper when it comes to certain things. But now that we have the GeoViewer set up the way we need it to be, I've converted. Because again, what it does for me as a supervisor, the way it allows you to plan and schedule the jobs that are in the system, it's a lot more effective and efficient. So it took a while to get us where we are. It's still ongoing to improve what we have, but it's been a great improvement from what we had, say, a year ago.
Yeah, one of I think the best parts of it now is that there's a whole review system in there now. So every time a job is complete, a supervisor has to review the work order and then approve it and close it. And before it would just get done, and then if there's mistakes that they wouldn't be caught. So this is just a check and balance to make sure that the work was assigned, it got completed accurately, closed. So every work order in there or every module in there has a flow now, which you've been before. It's really nice. So then my mistake I recognized in the column that says optional progress notes. So I would take the one out of the top one and just say, in order to maintain efficiency, these platforms require long-term maintenance. It's true for both the GeoViewer and Asset Panda. and renumber at the number 2 to a number 1 to match the methodology here. Asset Panda is gradually being implemented in phases, and there's still more to be done. And then 2, I would add that GeoViewer requires regular maintenance, with the addition of new modules in the future. So this is a complete, but it's an ongoing, it's part of our business now, and we have to really update them as needed. Questions?
So actually now it's going to be part of your business. I'm glad you guys have done this, and you may already know about this, but this is something that I heard a lot of at the conference, and I've already spent 7.5 hours transcribing my notes into a report, or else I wouldn't have all this information to be able to talk to you about. I would have gotten it. But again, this is in the future. IT is going to need to work with a data infrastructure and an audit to ensure future compatibility for data sharing. We're going to need a nomenclature. You may know what a nomenclature is. Yeah, that's the naming of the individual. Yeah, right. It's naming of individual things. So like a valve would be identified the same way throughout all of our data. And so we need to get the data centralized. And again, I'm not saying this is next year. I'm just telling you of the future. Get it centralized so it's able to talk to each other, all these other systems. And that's the nomenclature. And it's going to be like a data watershed. So all this data is going to be in one place. And the first step would be identifying and classifying the data. And that nomenclature, other districts will do that first, and we can just be a fast follower and borrow their nomenclatures and, and take the work that they've done. So you're not just starting from scratch. So what's going to happen is SCADA, GIS, GeoViewer, the data from the water quality sampling, ENCODE, customer service, all that data is going to be put into like one big thing. And so it's going to have years of water quality samples in there, and it's going to have years of whatever we have regarding pipe maintenance, et cetera. And then it's going to have the current data. And so then it's going to be able to identify trends. And it can project when there might be some issue with a vehicle or some issue with a pipe based upon past trends and the data that we're inputting. So this is all AI. And again, AI is a train or a tsunami. And the train analogy is if you don't get on it, you're going to be left behind. So I was really, it was just AI the whole time at this Aqua conference. So anyway, that's all I want to share about that.
So if there's no more questions, it might be a good time to take a little break. And maybe after. How are we going back? Fantastic. 5 minutes.
Well, thank you. He's back in workshop session at 10:22.
We are in goal 3, facilities, infrastructure, and environmental stewardship. Start at the top, 3.1, continue and update capital program. See, I did a little line through there because we've had some internal name changes and we don't have what we're calling CIRP line through that. So you can see there's a little update so that we have that. One thing that I think needs to be just clarified is that there's more capital improvement projects than pipe. We've been very focused in the last 5 years on pipeline replacement, but sometimes not thinking about all the other capital infrastructure that needs to be replaced. And that's so that CIRP kind of got mashed in with CIPs, and they're different. So you'll see in the budget now we have a pipeline section, and then we have all the capital projects. So that's why I made that little edit. So it's review and update capital improvement program. That includes pipeline, not just pipeline. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay. 3.1A is, you'll see a footnote C 2.1B, which we've already covered. That's a consider pay as you go for capital projects. So we're doing that with Ridgeline and with Rojas. And then 3.1B, continue data analysis of leaks and pipe breaks to prioritize pipe replacement and consider alternatives. So we have two supporting projects for this objective. One is the geosystem overhaul, which we just discussed on the previous section. So you can see 2.3B to learn more about that. And then project number 2 is outsourcing pipeline replacement. So for fiscal 25-26, we're currently outsourcing pipeline installation service, which is anticipated to accelerate replacement. Also, this project and program is dependent on adequate capital funding. That is in process right now. It's with West Coast Civil, and they're helping develop the RFP and accompanying documents. So they're looking at the whole Belmont is our next project to make sure that the phasing makes sense for outsourcing. So that's where we're at on that one. So it's in process. Any questions?
Who might be doing outsourcing to? I mean, to whom would you be
West
Well,
Coast.
sourcing
Those.
out?
The West Coast Civil is the engineer that would do the design, and then we would develop an RFP. RFP would go out, and then a bidder would bid on the project.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
On replacement, is it usually an upgrade from 6 to 8 or something like that, or
it
what?
would be, yes, for fire flow purposes, depending on the old infrastructure.
Yeah, to that point, yeah, you consider your fire flow and then you look at your build out, make sure the pipes are sized accordingly for the build out of that area. You know, if there's, 10 lots out of 1,000 that's only built on, and make sure you have adequate flow to meet demand and the fire flow included in that. So West Coast is assisting the district to look at, what is our best area to go into to repipe that makes sense. So we're evaluating that as we speak.
So if you upgrade pipe size, do you have to replace the fire hydrant?
Some you do, yes. Yeah, some of them are the older style, what we call Jones heads or warp heads, where there's only one single 2.5-inch outlet. So those would be upgraded to the standard of the district, which is a 4-inch and a 2.5s or a class A hydrants.
And then we would recycle the old ones.
What they're worth, they're just scrap steel at that point, because they're not bronze or brass or anything. They're just steel, so.
They cost just under $5,000 for a fire hydrant.
For a-
We currently have 1,400 of them, something like that.
Yeah, pipeline's it's not cheap.
And to Sarah's point, we think a lot about pipeline, but there's a lot of other infrastructures.
Right.
Well knows that you have to look at where your capital improvement.
One of the things we saw was I can't remember which one it was, but they were announcing that they're going to increase the fines for hydrant stealing.
Yeah,
On the
that's-
stage.
that's
Oh.
in here too.
Yay.
Oh,
We'll get to that.
Right to that.
And at one of the sessions I went to, they made a point that like when talking to legislators, that we need to talk about operations and not just infrastructure. Infrastructure is good during elections, but we need both.
3.2, construct and operate facilities and equipment to meet compliance with state and federal regulations. So 3.2A is our plan for the construction and startup of in compliance with Chrome 6. The supporting project is the Chrome 6 treatment project that we're currently working on. We're in the beginning phase, working with engineering. We've submitted the compliance plan. It's actually being rewritten and due to be resubmitted, I believe, this week. We've began our customer notification process, which is quarterly, and we're working on piloting work moving forward. Again, this is anticipated to be $60 million capital project plus 50% minus 40, and then $1 million annual operating cost again, plus 50 minus 40. So
What does plus 50 minus 40 mean?
so that was the Jacobs analysis. They said it could be
Oh,
plus 50%,
Oh, okay.
40%. So we're working to secure a lot less expensive, but I don't, that's our goal.
mm,
So
that's the biggest swing I've ever seen. And anybody presenting something. Wow.
yeah, we don't laugh for any other reason, just to
Yeah.
for crying.
Misery, yeah.
So anyway, we're very, very cognizant of that number, and we're doing a lot of work, and we'll be forthcoming to the board when we know a little bit more. But pilot work is the next step for us.
And on that timeline, do you have any idea? Again, I don't know that it's all fleshed out. I'm just asking when that pilot might be.
Next year.
Anytime, do you know when, would it be in the spring or?
I start in January.
Think in January, and it could run us
Oh,
through the
really?
whole calendar.
Yeah, yeah. It takes a while, and then there's some new considerations that Ray and I learned last week in our six meetings, so we, still hashing out some of those details, but the new compliance plan is going to be submitted with some, protracted dates. We know the compliance deadline is October 1st, 2027.
Mhm.
Wow. And the new plan will push it out to 2030 or 31. And if they accept it, then that will be our compliance deadline. And they have accepted other districts. City of Las Vegas has submitted theirs through 2031. It was accepted. So I feel like we have a good chance.
Oh.
So that's why we're taking our time with this new plan and making sure it's very fleshed out before we send it to the state for their consideration.
You might have a new board.
Well, I just want to remind everyone that, it's my belief, and I've shared this with the general manager, that some of those deadlines, maybe not the 2027 one, but will be pushed out. We saw that recently with ZEB, you know what I mean, with the electrification of the fleet. They've moved those dates out. So again, these kind of dates are to, put pressure on organizations so that they feel a sense of urgency and get going, because, if you relax, oh, it's 2035, I don't have to do it, you know what I mean? So
That makes a lot of sense. This one I think will be different. And the reason I don't think they're going to shift the date. What they're going to do is make us, and our noticing that we're doing quarterly is going to get a little bit more ugly to send to our customers saying, that's the date, but we're
Right.
still within our compliance plan.
And
So-
didn't you say that we're gonna have to go and be a troubled district or whatever it's called?
Yeah,
What
that
is-
was one of the things that our state engineer recommended, is that we're gonna have to, they're gonna shift us into what's called an at-risk district, which is
Oh.
actually on the safer dashboard as that already, but that's because they have some misinformation. They say that we don't have a tie-in with another neighboring district, and we do. That's not large, but we do have it nevertheless, and that's not indicated on there. But putting us at we're at risk, they're gonna put us at a failing. That bothers me a lot, because I don't want to, we're not a failing district in my opinion. And not just my opinion, I think based on a lot of facts, we're not failing, but in order to get the SRF funding, in order to be pushed up the line to get grants, you have to have that status. And Sheila is our state engineer, and she really, really explained it well to me. I have a lot of trouble accepting that that's what would have to happen, but that's probably what will have to happen.
So I think to eliminate a lot of churn, that outreach is gonna be the key here. So the district's just absolutely gonna have to do a lot more messaging
Yeah.
than what I've seen done in the past, like the rate studies. And we're gonna have to have more than one meeting. And because that failing thing is gonna freak people out, and one meeting's not enough, people just don't get it. So it's gonna have to be, maybe they're virtual, but we're gonna have to have meetings like we did. I know we had one that Kathleen ran that was excellent one time. What was that about, the one she ran?
I'm not certain.
It was
An
this-
info session is what you're kind of talking about.
Yeah, and just get way ahead of this.
We're-
And, it says we're failing, but we're not.
Right.
Yeah, I've been working with US Water Alliance on
Oh,
how to
great.
communicate that, because those quarterly messages that have to be approved by the state are not very friendly at all.
Mhm.
And we can
Oh.
only make certain modifications to that template that they provide. So,
But we can say what we want in a meeting, right?
yes, and on our website.
Yeah.
This is what the state is saying,
They
that
still,
we have to say, this is what it really means.
Yes, right, yeah.
Be proactive, what
Mhm.
we're in service.
you'll see some lines in the newest letter that goes out that we put in there, and the state approved it, and I was kind of happy about it because we were like, yeah, we put in a little, like, read this.
Yeah.
And here's what's happening. So they was even surprised, I can't believe, because another district did it, and we're like, well, we should try it too. We were a fast follower.
I think the CAC is gonna be an important part of this
Yeah.
too.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
my push to try to get people to come to the board meetings so that they know what's happening and how we're having to handle it.
Yeah.
Rather than being surprised when the report quarterly.
Yeah,
So I think that's part of it too. We need to have more people
Yeah,
cycle through, even if it's just on the Zoom.
sure.
The tie-in agency, is that Mojave Water Agency or the High Desert Water?
High Desert.
Does it?
Yes, there's a tie-in between us and High Desert, off of Luck Antenna,
Yeah,
and it's 2-inch tie-in.
Is a 4-inch and a 6-inch. I remember installing that back in the.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it sits off in the fenced area,
Mhm.
out there in the north, west section of our district, that if there was a need, that
Security.
it's, you can take, well, they're blind flange, so it's not readily,
Well, I remember it was utilized between 92 and 95, and it was 500 acre feet per year while they were getting the pipeline put in.
oh,
Interesting.
Encyclopedia Brown.
Yeah, so there is that tie-in that exists.
there's a hydrant very close to that spot too. Yeah, that I've watched.
That's right there on the retreat center, right around there.
It used to be the tie-in was a fire hose. That was one of the legends that was going around. You can imagine.
Yes, I want to point out too, and I know that I'm just speaking to the choir, but that project, the Chrome 6 project it's the largest regulatory project this district has had to undertake, and it's complex. There's a lot of moving parts to it. So on here, it's one simple little line and we're going to move on. But it's this whole thing itself. There's so many parts to it. And a lot of these, I think, kind of underrepresents how much work gets put into the rate study, for example. It's one row on this document, but it could be its own, document. And it is its own document after it's finished.
Yeah, I mean, like the man hours for this, if they could ever qualify them, I think that it would be really high. Well, and you look at this dollar amount, 60 million. I mean, that's the amount that, EMWD or so, like these big Orange County and stuff, when we're not doing stuff like that. We're awfully small to be having to spend that much money on a treatment facility.
Wouldn't it be amazing if we could take that 60 and spread it across all of our capital projects?
Yeah.
no, I've never been on a board that had that kind of a budget before. This is new to me.
Well, it's not
You
a
know.
budget, we don't have it.
No, I mean,
There was
never,
Yeah, I know
had
what
to
you mean.
deal with that number.
Yeah, it doesn't even seem realistic, but we're working on hopefully, whittling that down. That's
There was
the goal.
There was a small amount of rage at Aqua from participants at these unfunded mandates. And maybe I've heard you say it before, but they said that, that they wants there to be a law that any of these mandates and these regulations that come down have to come with money with it to execute on it.
Yeah.
Because, this is ridiculous.
We agree. And I don't know, I'm sure we could do an analysis to figure it out. But if I had to guesstimate, 40% of our projects are regulatory driven.
Mhm.
It's a lot. There's so much regulatory activity that we had to hire a person to help keep it, coordinated. So it's so much. And then this is just another one. So it's an important one. And we'll talk a little bit more about Chrome 6 on another page too. So we'll go on to 3.2B. This is manage district fleet for cost-effective compliance with state requirements is the objective, and we have a supporting project. We have a fleet revamp initiative, which encompasses multiple sub-projects. We've updated the mechanic job description to align with current operational technical needs. We've revamped the fleet related compliance tasks to ensure full regulatory adherence. The fleet is not easy to manage anymore. There's some of our vehicles require quarterly testing. There's fees that have to be paid to the state following the testing. There's the list goes on and on and on. Right now, we don't have a mechanic in-house, and so some of those things I'm handling, some of those things Jason's handling, some of those things Ray's handling, some of those things some of the guys are handling. So it's being dispersed out. But there's the regulatory piece of the mechanic is quite large. That we're going to leverage GeoViewer and Asset Panda to improve that tracking. As Ann had said earlier, the fleet list has been a manual Excel list. We're going to put that in Asset Panda so that it'll be easy to manipulate the data and pull it out and extract it right now. And then we don't have one Excel spreadsheet that someone has an update to and someone else doesn't. So that's going to be a lot nicer. Ray's been working on the purchase of the dump truck. And then last but not least, hire a qualified mechanic. And we did interviews, and we should hopefully have a mechanic pretty soon. His goal, I don't like to say it before it happens, but we're looking good.
And it's only, there's a big white area there. That means it's gonna be done next year.
It's being done. So yeah,
Right.
this will be, the recruitment is underway as we speak, and we should have these efforts realized by the end of the fiscal year. And then there'll be ongoing maintenance afterwards.
So I didn't want to say it, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. So when you talked about the geo revamp earlier, and then now it's the fleet revamp project, those are good examples of where there needs to be that data analysis that where the nomenclature's there. So the trucks are named a certain way and then across all the data sets.
We do have that.
Okay, good,
Yes.
good. And I was gonna say real quick though, AI, with all this stuff, AI will be able to fix a lot of this as far as tracking goes. I mean, that's gonna be great for this kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
Oh, these things can be important because every vehicle out there is, I consider an emergency vehicle.
I was wondering
And,
about that.
And it also affects the depreciation of the vehicle, the wear and tear on it more specifically, of a vehicle that's not properly maintained. Or somebody needs to, a group of people have to jump into all sorts of trucks and tractors and dump trucks and stuff like that. But they find out they're unreliable. Kind of reminds me of the Russian army.
Or need an oil change, which didn't get done or something.
Yeah, there's no oil in it.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
that kind of thing. So this is critical stuff. Similarly, the sheriff has to take care of his black and white cars because they're critical vehicles. Well, ours are too.
Yeah.
But it is a worthy thing to consider and to monitor and to upgrade as much as possible.
I'd be curious at the ratio of between diesel and gas, and are we mostly gas as far as?
Yeah, majority gas.
I assume diesel have more regulation to it.
Yes. Yeah. And weight to the vehicle also comes into play as well.
Don't we buy that, I forget the name of that additive you put in the diesel. I think we buy that stuff like a pallet load. Oh,
Diesel exhaust for the emission systems, correct?
yeah.
Right, so that one's in process. The next one, 3.2C, it's a refer back to a 1.3A, the sampling program. So monitor groundwater, set the triggering point for wastewater. So those are already set up in our sampling program. So we're watching for nitrates and any other constituents. All right, 3.3. Provide work facilities conducted to employee engagement, collaboration, harmony, productivity, well-being. 3.3A. Continue to identify and evaluate ways to improve staff interaction and adequate workspace. Supporting projects are the monthly lowdowns. We're going to talk about that in the next goal. And then workstation evaluation. We had an ergonomic assessment of all of our workstations. They've been evaluated to ensure that monitors are in the right places. We have the right chairs, mouse pads. And then for the field, there's also ergonomic assessments can be done to make sure that different items are at the right height. So those are always being reevaluated, but it's definitely something that we need to always maintain because people change and the way we work changes. So making sure that our staff knows that we can evaluate work so that we can make it work for us and we're not injuring ourselves. Any questions about that?
Did that ergonomic stuff apply to you? So you're not twisting and all that kind of stuff at your monitor?
But it's probably due again.
We've come a long way though.
Oh, good.
Randy Minnie's with his
Yeah, when I
works
started
under the
here.
desk.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we had bricks and then Ann and Autumn had a file cabinet. I'll never forget that the handle had worn off. And so there was just a metal hole that you stuck your hand in. So we don't have that anymore. Some tape and bubble gum. We're still very thoughtful about our purchases, but we make sure that, staff has the tools that they need. They can't do the job without tools.
In a safe manner.
In a safe manner, that's right. And 3.3B is blank because we just haven't gotten to that one yet. So it's in queue for 27, 28 to look at that one more thoroughly. Page 3.4. This is implement financially efficient, environmentally beneficial strategies for productive use of district facilities. 3.4A, create a climate resilience plan. So I've done a little bit of research on this one, and I've named it the CRP, which I know is confusing, but not to be confused with CIP or CIRP. It's not a legally required document. Many of these topics are addressed in our hazard mitigation plan. Early research indicates developing a dedicated CRP would be about 75 to 100,000 outsourced to a consultant. If the budget's authorized, staff would prepare the RFP, hire qualified consultants, conduct assessments, identify adaptation strategies, and engage with community stakeholders. Only initial research has been completed. The board will need to authorize budget. It will take about 9 to 18 months to complete, depending on the scope, staffing capacity, consultant workload, et cetera, and whether grant funding is pursued for this project. And I put it in Q. Something to look at for the future. The good news is that it is addressed to a certain degree, not fully, to a certain degree in our hazard mitigation plan. It will also be addressed to a certain degree in the urban water plans. It's not forgotten. It's not, but this is its own standalone. So we'll have to have more discussions about this and what that is to look like, because it's something we have not done before.
Well, so I'm one of the people that have been pushing for this. I've been pushing for it for several years now. I'm glad to see. Thank you for taking the time to do some research on it with all the things that you have going on. I know I've known that it's not legally required, but it's sometimes required to receive grant money, which is not listed here. So yeah, so that's why it's good to have it, because they want to know that, that that's being considered and it's actually stated somewhere. And thanks for this background. I believe that we can copy other desert cities, and it doesn't have to be a very complicated document. It doesn't have to be something that costs us $75,000 to $100,000. Even some of the elements that are listed in this work plan, this business plan, could be pulled out and stated in a climate resilience plan. So I think we might be looking at a more complicated solution than we need.
Okay, good to know.
So that kind of a thing, this 75 to 100,000, that's sort of a general budget estimate kind of a thing, and it could be more, it could be less.
I mean, if it's a simpler document, we can probably, tackle a lot of that in-house with what the knowledge we already have and with the engineering we already have. If it's a more complex document and that we really want a consultant to do these evaluations for us, like we did with the hazard mitigation plan, it's going to be, that's about the price these for a study.
Plus 50
Plus 50 minus 40.
Could AI just, you say climate resilience plan,
Yeah.
and just pull things out from the documents?
It could definitely.
From Joshua Basin Water District, that's how you type it in, and it goes through all the documents and
Yeah.
pulls it out for you.
Yeah, it seems like something like that might.
I mean, it really could be hashed out that simply, so that's something that we will add to consider. If it's really that simple, and maybe it doesn't require the consultant, then I think that might be.
Would be nice.
Right, 3.4B, pursue opportunities for increasing operational resiliency, efficiencies, revenue, and cost savings. Project 1 supporting this objective is the admin generator replacement, scheduled and budgeted for replacement this fiscal year. We're working with West Coast right now on that replacement. And then there's 2 other projects that support this initiative as well, which is the time of use back in 2.3A and the GeoViewer overhaul back in 2.3B. 3.4C, minimize distribution water loss. 1 is that pipe replacement that we talked about, 3.1B. That's going to be one of our #1 ways to reduce water loss in our systems, repairing those really old pipes. And then 2, water loss audit that we do annually, and we need to continue to look at the objectives in that water loss audit and do our best to meet those objectives.
We report that the water losses to state water
State water
resources control board.
That's right.
So that's one of the ways they grade us on what we're doing out here.
That's right. Yeah.
Also, we're never gonna be done with pipeline replacement, right? I mean, it's just an ongoing thing, goes forever.
All capital is that way. It has a
Yeah.
life and then, has to be maintenance and then it needs to be replaced at some point.
I think part of our issue has been that it wasn't done, and now we have to keep it up.
You bring up a really good point. There's a lot of deferred maintenance and not just on pipeline. Yeah, that we'll need to address.
So our dearly departed operations committee and operations report, we used to get reports on fixes to how things that were, how much water we've saved, over time with these fixes. That used to be like I just remember we came in and there was so much water loss. And then over time, the crew was fixing it.
Mhm.
And anyway, I'd just be curious to know how much, I think it's a percentage, leaps and bounds away from what we were.
I think the best way for us to look at that probably is using the audit. So maybe we can figure out a way to bring that to the report showing the water loss audits over the last 5 years.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah.
The changes.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And they do, as I recall, you target the area where there's the most leaks or where your first project is. I think there was a little bit of variation there with the Saddleback
Right.
and then Tilford. But generally speaking, you go to the worst places and
Right.
replace the pipe. So that would dramatically affect the water loss that we would be reporting.
Yeah.
I did a cursory review, and we have less this year than we had the previous year, and we're always 1 year behind. So we're looking at 24 right now. We have less in 24 than in 23. There was a ramp up there for a minute, but then it seems like each year is getting better. So, well, I'll bring something in the future and you can look at that.
There's a thought too. If we go with AMI in the future, you could repurpose some of the readers' time to going out to CMM and doing inspections out there, which is kind of a more neglected area in terms of, there being service lines that are installed without meters and, potential for water theft.
Yeah. CMM was a
Yeah.
good challenge.
Yeah.
Good idea though. All right, 3.4D. Further develop and implement a plan for renewable energy opportunities. So right now I'm undergoing some exploration work with Ventura Energy. It's interesting how they came to us. David organized a meeting with Cal Mutual or Rural. Cal Rural. And they're working with NWA on a grant opportunity and identifying different districts that might qualify for this grant. So that's why they came to talk to us. Within those conversations, we started talking about energy and this objective specifically that the board had some interest in renewable energy or solar panels, as you discussed, batteries. And he says, I know the person to talk to. It's Ventura Energy. They do work with all sorts of water agencies all over California. So he connected us, and I've been speaking with Clara McNaghy, project engineer for Ventura Energy. And she has been conducting a feasibility analysis, thank you, of battery backup and solar options. I talked to her last week, and the idea when I originally talked to her was battery backup at every well site and our booster stations if land space allowed. And so she did the analysis of all of our booster pumps, our wells, and found that because of how efficient we are with our time of use, and because we don't pump outside of those hours, that it would only save the district about $6,000 a year, and every dollar is worth saving. However, it comes with new operational maintenance.
Mhm.
It comes with a footprint of bringing those batteries in. It comes with placement of those batteries when they die. So the ROI, in her opinion, doesn't pencil out on the batteries. So she was also starting to analyze solar. And she's also finding that to be the same thing. I don't have enough information to speak more about that, but I will bring it forthcoming in the future. But what she did on the computer, whole solar arrays at well 14, solar arrays here at this building, solar arrays, and she did, and then she can analyze that based on our power consumption and find out where that would pencil out. And she said, I'm putting myself out of business, but if I don't feel like I can sell you something that's not going to make a difference. So I'll know more. I'll bring it to the board, but I just want you to know that this work is being done.
I'm curious whether maybe one of you know, maybe Ray knows, battery recycling. I mean, do you get, if you have to replace them, can you use the old battery as a core? I mean, is it? Like,
We turn that in, you know, they charge you when you buy a new battery for the vehicle. You don't return the core, they keep
Yeah.
that charge in place. So there's that recycling where we give them the old.
well, I understand in the fleet possibly, but I'm thinking the bigger batteries if it was connected to solar.
They are, I know, because they just talked about it. Terra Verde talked about it at the Aqua Conference. And that's a big thing. They'll recycle parts of the batteries and be able to reuse them. The same thing with the solar panels. And the solar panels are projected to go for 25 years. And that's in harsh conditions like we're in right now, because somebody from Kern County asked me a question.
But that's also dependent on our relationship with China. I'm afraid.
That's a good point.
So I have a couple of things to say about this. So I like how past boards managed the energy question. There was transparency and input, like in 2017, and there was an ad hoc. And I think that this is a perfect example of where we need an ad hoc so that we could have community oversight and participation, because I get hammered by the community on this.
Right.
So, the community needs to be involved, and we need to have an ad hoc to do that. We can't just do it ourselves and not give up the information and depend on the board to be the conduits. So, and I wanted to let you know, again, because we've kind of gotten away from that. Terra Verde will be contacting you. So, because I talked to him and I know we'd worked with them a couple times before. And speaking of that, I'm just asking for copies. I'm not asking for a lot of work here. Because of my interest, could we have copies of all the feasibility analysis reports, resolar, that exist in the records, or just email them to me? Something like that from Terra Verde. I think it was Terra Verde that did it for us twice. Thank you.
I did talk to Kurt Sauer when he was general manager back then in 2017. He put me and Tom O'Key on the ad hoc group because we were successful in the defeat of the NextEra project for JG Solar, the airport area and all that kind of stuff. And one of the things that prompted the purchase of the property next door, which was accidentally put on, a closed session was accidentally put on by Ms. Stephenson, that it was 86,000 for that next door. And it was an idle curiosity if the shade structure there could be a parking area for the shuttle service for the national park situation. In other words,
We've talked about that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
so that'll be followed a little later.
It's one of those things that's in queue. I think there's a lot of moving parts to that, but we do need to talk more about.
Yeah.
When I get Clara's report, I can bring that back and then the board can discuss.
Right.
good.
Some future
Sounds like fun,
options.
actually.
What Kurt Sauer said was they're not in the parking business, but it could be leased to a group that would be in the parking business.
Yeah.
Well, that would be great.
Maybe, and we've actually had these discussions because we see how the street gets all lined up with cars on the weekends and, it comes with a lot of liabilities potentially. Where are they gonna go to the bathroom? Where are they gonna throw away the trash? Those kind of things. And Kurt's right, we're not in the parking business.
It's compliance, GASB 87 for leasing.
Yeah. So,
Well, they did away with the pilot shuttle, which I thought was a great idea. I wish it was, it was for a year and I used it a few times when I had guests here.
go in the park.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it was wonderful. But they did it out of Yucca Valley out at the west end there, parked it in that park.
Yeah.
Is it hot again or?
Pretty warm.
Oh, yeah, but I'm just one person, I'm okay. I've got my fan. I got my fan.
I like it too.
It's good, doesn't it? Yeah.
I'm in the breeze.
Get the air circulating.
So 3.4E. This one is kind of smashed together. One thing I will say, this entire strategic, and I think we didn't clearly identify how important the capital projects are independently. And so they're kind of built into these different objectives. But there are so many. So this one's evaluate emerging and future facility and infrastructure needs, including buildings, grounds, vehicles, consideration of climate change, and then environmental stewardship, I believe, is the rest of that. And the best way I thought that the supporting projects would fit in here would be our capital. I mean, if we're not replacing capital, then we are not looking at our infrastructure needs. And so one of the things that support this project is an evaluation of potential operations facility site. So earlier this year, staff toured the old telephone building,
GT.
Desert Air Road. And that was fun.
Let's move into a dump. Yeah.
So it's not a viable option, but the price was pretty inexpensive. So it's definitely worth considering and determining if that's something that the district would be interested in. But the entire building is in disrepair. Copper's been stolen, the wiring's been stolen, it's infested with rodents.
Right.
It's perfect site for a horror movie. Like if you're in that, that's
Where is it? I'm trying to
it's
visualize it.
just past the highway next to the wash off of Desert Air. It's in major disarray. Anne walked in and she walked out and said, "I'll be outside." Yeah, it was not, yeah,
Does it have a roof?
it does, but I don't know that it protects from water.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, I have
So,
seen that.
the
Yeah, I
point-
have seen it.
The point
Okay.
is there's very little commercial here in Joshua Tree, and if the
Right.
property comes up for sale, it's worth us investigating to see if it's something that we
Right.
might be interested in for a future site. If you don't
End
think
of the
that
road.
that's a great option, and the other part is it's zoned residential, and we're not obviously a residential business. So
The county likes to rezone though.
it's the old telephone building.
GTE,
GTE.
way back, when it's a GTE, their
Wow.
operations site building and
Isn't it at the end of Desert Air? Isn't it at the end of it? Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a
abandoned for.
Yeah.
campground in the parking lot too, unhoused, and
Oh,
yeah.
well, maybe you should put housing there then.
Well, yeah, so it's ground residential, so then it wouldn't be under consideration because otherwise I was thinking that might be a good place to store things, you know what I
We
mean?
thought the same
Equipment.
thing, but the problem is the ceilings, they're so low, it wouldn't fit in there. It's very, very,
Yeah.
it's a tear down completely.
Yeah.
Probably full of asbestos and who knows whatever else.
Right.
Anyway, but the goal here is to let the board know is that, you know, we are open to opportunities, we're monitoring, and that came up and the price seemed pretty reasonable until we got there. And I think going through rezoning would be a whole thing, and I think if I were a neighbor to that, I'd be upset because it's all housing that surrounds it. And if now suddenly it's going to be a working site and you have to hear the noise and the lights, and I don't think it's a good option for us. I think we all agree on that. because we do
But
live
keep
there.
your eyes open anyway.
But we do,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
do.
Good.
Other projects that support this objective include the CIP master plan. So that RFP is being developed for that. It's a really important project because it outlines all of the capital improvements over the next, X number of years, 30 years, however long the CIP plan goes. We are currently working on the E21 tank reservoir rehabilitation project. The RFP is out for bid currently. And a bid meeting coming up and hopefully have a bidder join the board in February.
Wow.
Admin generator project is also underway. And then I just put all other capital projects. We have a ton in queue and then we'll update here accordingly. But all of these projects, they definitely are forward thinking, they support our infrastructure, and we can't do our work without it. So we have to keep our capital up.
Okay, it's a small future project possibly, but the H1 reservoir, which is on Olympic, it's on the way to south part. And I was hankering for a possible heliport.
Oh, right,
Yeah,
right.
I'm in contact with the San Bernardino County Fire Department about that, and I have a call waiting to return to them. That's complicated, so it's interesting, the whole heliport activity. That site may be good, it may not be good. They need a place to land a helicopter, and those two sites are really small. So
Well, I measured it, it's 50 by 200 feet, the enclosed area,
Yeah.
and I don't know how much property the district owns north of that, but it
Right.
could be expanded. But also, I know, the hella hydrant is 300,000. The other one I just talked to, the aqua situation was 110,000.
Mhm.
I think these are all pretty much standalone things with Wi-Fi and all that for the helicopters to operate. We could probably do it for less than 50,000 is my guess.
Well, possibly. I think the conversations with the San Bernardino County Fire first would start. They would be the ones to evaluate which of our properties would be the best for them. And then we can determine if,
I actually have a little pull, believe it or not. I know Fire Chief Dan Menson. He was a High Desert Water District
board member.
board member long ago, and I didn't sue him back in 2008 because they had such a lousy tortoise, and so they were aware that I let them get by with a lousy tortoise survey on their Bureau of Reclamation grant of $20 million. So I might have some pull there.
Okay, well, it hasn't fallen on deaf ears, and I do owe them a call back. They had some change internally. So the person I was connected with originally had been moved somewhere else, so now it's a new person, so I owe them a call back and yeah, that would be, yet another project to add to the list.
Slightly related, there was an article through the radio station recently about the helicopter getting water out of the golf course for the fire in the park. And so I know there's activity going on as to where they get water from.
Sure.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
6
you know.
miles away.
Huh?
That's 6 more miles away than what would be our reservoir.
Yeah, but they might be interested too. I mean, to be in on this discussion where we would, they might help make this happen.
That's who we're talking to.
Well, that's the park.
Well, it was the SB County Fire,
Was it?
Cal Fire.
Cal Fire?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, so, yeah, so it could be a good part of the conversation too. We gotta start somewhere.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so, one of the things when I was requesting this that I wanted was some dates, and I was hoping that the dates would be more explicit than this. But I realized that this is this is a tremendous effort just getting it to here. So, but like, for example, like the CIP master plan, it would be nice to have a date, like it just says ongoing, like when is that gonna, I see the RFP is in process, but what's the goal for having that? It'd be nice to have a date.
It will be, the RFP is hopefully for next 2026, and the project itself, until I have a little bit more knowledge about this, it could take a year.
Yeah, okay, so
It's
2027.
It could take longer.
Okay.
Large undertaking.
Yeah.
And could you remind me what WCC is?
West Coast Civil.
Oh, okay.
And
I
then,
remember that.
okay, so one thing, so the can't remember what this is. The objective is to evaluate emerging and future facility and infrastructure needs, including buildings, grounds, and vehicles. We're there, aren't we, with consideration of climate change and environment? Well, so how are these things being analyzed in consideration of global warming? Because I don't see that really explicit here. Are evaluated in consideration of climate change and environmental stewardship.
Yeah, I think that in the CIP master plan, we would have to indicate whatever those initiatives would be. And
Okay.
that document, that would be, I think, the place it would live, we're purchasing, certain inventory that is, friendly to the environment, or, not using asbestos pipe anymore, not using certain types of inventory that would contribute to climate change.
Okay, yeah, so that's good to know. I mean, it'd be great if that were in here. But I do think that something that should be in here is ZEV. Because these electrical vehicles, we're gonna have to, there's regulations coming down, it's not optional. So it seems to me that should be like number 6 or something and addressed here. Does anybody else agree?
Yeah. I do. But we are getting exceptions also.
Oh, yeah, no, they've rolled back some things,
Yeah.
sure, but I think it
But
needs
yeah,
to be
it
on
should
the,
be, yeah.
you'd have an eye to that.
So you can see how just this one line has, now 6, 7 projects, 6, 7, sorry. I really see that, right? projects, each of these is a massive undertaking. I'd say the smallest one, and there's probably the admin generator project, but it still takes a lot of effort to get off the ground. The ZEP project, it's multi-year.
Oh, for sure.
Ton
Yeah.
of time. The heli hydrant it's multi-year, coordinating different agencies, and there's a lot of effort. It's a valid effort. I think it's a really interesting idea. And who knows where it can go, but these are just, there's so much in just this one line. This one, that's clear, because there's only so many staff members here. If we're fully staffed, there's only 25, including me. So, you know,
Well, you're worth at least 5.
well, no, everybody here is worth 5.
Yeah.
And that's bosses and their servants. I couldn't do it without this team. Team is really, it's vital to this district. And I want to stress that, you know, we want to do all of these things, but we're all feeling a lot of stress. And I had the discussion this weekend, and it's a lot. So we're going to need help from the board also to understand that the way these things are scheduled has to be fair and balanced to the existing workload, so that we're not overburdening and, you know, burning out any key staff members.
And I think one thing I'd mention on here is having a priority, because if people are getting burned out, then, you know, you're able to say, okay, what do you want me to take off of here if you want me to do that?
And we want the same thing for 2. When something new is added, we want to say, okay, what do you want us to take off?
Right.
Something needs to come on.
Right. So I think prioritization, you know, at some point would help, because otherwise these are all at the same priority level right now.
Well, there's doing all this in 5 years.
It's in the document.
20-year plan. We're trying to squish it in 5 years.
Mm.
And that's the other part of this. There's a lot.
Well, I don't know why you couldn't add some more columns, just so you don't feel stressed to do it in 5 years.
Yeah, well, because it's this is a 5-year plan.
Right. Yeah, but we could do a 20-year work plan.
Yeah, this for the 3-4 A.
It's an internal document. It's an internal document, just so you don't feel like you have to get it all done.
Right.
So-
Well, and that's kind of, you know, we were looking for direction too, and where do these fall? Everybody has their wish list, and, you know, we really try hard as a team to fulfill all of this. There's different else, but we need guidance, which can wait till next year or the year after.
We haven't even gotten to 4 yet.
Well, we have 4 or 5 to go.
We're just thinking if you put some details about these items incorporate climate change.
Well, it says, you know, I was just the verb in there. It says evaluate. And so I'm saying, and you can evaluate all these things in consideration of climate change and environmental stewardship. And so I didn't really see that addressed. I mean, I think it's opaque, but it might be in here. You know, it's not directly addressed.
Oh,
No, I was just thinking about like the generator that is loud and ugly. And like I said, newer ones has maybe the 0 emissions. So
Right, that's a
they're just-
perfect example.
Yeah.
That's a perfect example, yeah.
Tier 0, and we're gonna replace it with a,
Fine, sure. Best.
there's one example, very good one.
On that issue, I remember seeing in an ARPA presentation about a year ago about batteries replacing that instead of a generator. And the battery would charge because they were talking about the 2-second delay for hospitals. Hospitals have to have electricity all the time. And so they're talking about replacing generators with the battery system.
mm,
Interesting,
mm.
something to consider for sure.
Yeah.
Great idea.
We ready for people and culture?
I have nothing written on this page.
It's the most important part. It's done.
Yeah.
All right, so 4.1, and you'll see a ton of these are complete and some ongoing. 4.1A, expand and enhance recruitment efforts, with focus on increased staff engagement, partnership, et cetera. So we've enhanced our recruitment activity to include over 14 specialized job sites, including Opto BC Water Jobs, Public CEO, Water Rights Pro, et cetera. This broader outreach has increased our applicant quality and visibility across the water industry. And as a result, the district has achieved an @4 is no longer correct. It's 7 now. Successful placements. And I say this year, I'm going to caveat that to this fiscal year because those new hires will probably start in January. A couple of them. So the recruitment efforts have not been easy. For entry level, it's not our problem. Our problem lies at the top level of recruitment. Entry level, we usually can find plenty of candidates and qualified ones. So that's not the issue. But we're really reaching out there. For the director of ops, we're investigating possibly a headhunter. So that's something that's not on this list, but can be added because we're really, really struggling with that one.
I was asking everybody when I was at Aqua. Hey, how do you like your director of operations? Can you give me his name?
I mean, that's how you.
Her name? Yeah.
So that's always an ongoing project and will continually enhance recruitment efforts as needed. The second supporting project is the CNC water classes, and we partner with CNC to establish the new water tech program aimed at developing local talent. And my understanding now is they will be having classes. I actually met someone who signed up for them in their recruitments.
Oh,
So
in January?
in January.
Oh,
Well,
good.
their semester starts in February, but
Yeah,
yes, yeah, next year. So I'm really excited to see how those go.
It would
In
be,
that class.
yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I did know one of the candidates, but they withdrew because last semester they started the hiring process and then they said, okay, you got hired, and then they canceled the classes. And then so those instructors, I don't know if they got rehired. I don't know. I kind of out of it at this point. I said, we'll sit. They usually will have focus groups to see how classes are going, what needs to be changed. So we'll plan to participate on those, and any help that they want us to provide that we can, we'll be happy to help them with that. But we're kind of on the outskirts of it.
It's 10 minimum.
Yeah, that's another problem, and they really have to increase their outreach to
Yes, they
reach
do.
those students, because a lot of people don't know that those classes exist. And I talked to Heather Sanchez at the college about that. She said she agrees. So, we're keeping our communications open with CMC.
And you guys,
Sure.
you guys can put that on social media, right? You could cross promote it.
Oh, for sure.
JBWD side.
Yeah.
And then another thing, as far as having students, I would like to attend that with the district.
Yeah.
Yeah. Therefore, we'd help fill up the class.
You could probably attend as I don't, it's for sure,
Audit?
as an auditor, though. Yeah.
Are there prerequisites?
Yeah, but they need people to
for-
pay.
For some.
They need paying people. That's where it would come in.
Yeah.
That the district would pay for it as opposed to being an auditor.
Yeah, you'll have to check the schedule to see what they had determined for
Okay.
prerequisites. I
Definitely.
think for the intro class, probably not. A high school diploma would be the only thing.
Right.
I think, yeah.
But my question, and it may not be addressed in the admin code, is that something that the district would pay for? Or do we know if the admin, it would just be like us taking a course. We would just need presidential approval, right?
It's interesting. We've never had that question.
Well, yeah, I'd like to at least take one to monitor it. you
Yeah.
know, but also learn.
Yeah, interesting.
Depends on what they are, of course.
I don't see why not. It is a training, but we'll research it.
And another idea is, I wonder if I don't know if we could do this or not, with some other monies or funds, sponsor a scholarship to the class.
That's interesting too.
It might relate to some of my ideas about getting young people involved.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
lots to think about.
yeah. All right, 4.1B, enhance orientation, training, professional development, and team building for leadership and staff levels, at all staff levels, utilizing both internal and external resources. So we've updated the orientation. It's now a comprehensive 10-hour program designed to provide a thorough onboarding experience. The new employee is introduced to the mission of the district, policies, safety procedures, culture, required trainings, all within the first 10 hours of their employment. And that can be spread out over a couple of hours a day over the first week or two, or partial days, half days with HR to go over all those policies. And we've heard from supervisors and from the new employees that they liked getting it done, because we used to give them 6 months to get all these different things done. They just like to get it done and they have their expectations met at the beginning. So that so far is going good. And of course, we'll reevaluate as needed. And then the second supporting project is we've through the years had all hands meetings, and they've morphed and they've changed throughout the years. So we have a new meeting, and this name is chosen by the staff members. We call it the lowdown.
I like it. I like it. Yeah.
And it's been a really fun format so far. We've only had a couple. This initiative is helping us stay focused and avoid drift, as President Sloan has shared. And what we do is we come in together as the group and we give the updates that everyone needs to know. And then a person at any level that was chosen at the previous meeting gives a presentation, something in their department. And we just had a really excellent one last month where our production team put together a video that I know you guys would all love. So it needs to be finessed a tiny bit, and then we're going to share it with you. And they put together a whole 14 video. So it was pretty cool.
Oh, good, because I missed the tour.
So it's what I like so much about this format is that everybody is being introduced to leadership, because they are getting, and communication, they're getting the ability to present at a meeting of their peers and of their supervisors, something about their department. And it's not super scary. They can also just show a YouTube video, something that's very inspirational, and share that too. The rules they're pretty fluid. Staff seems to like it. I did the very, very first one, and I had all of the staff draw a picture. So this is our little in-service, and they drew a picture of a day at the beach, and it had to include a circle and a triangle. And we put them up on the wall right behind you guys. And every staff member had a different take of that statement, of those directions. And the point of it was to see that everybody hears things differently. We all perceive things differently. And I will say every one of our staff members, they achieved the assignment. They knew it, they did the work. But they all interpreted it differently. Some people put the picture portrait view, some landscape view. One person put the words "a day at the beach" with a circle and a triangle. So you can see that some people are very analytical and black and white in their thinking, and some people, wonder about all the nuances. And it was a really interesting activity. And the point was that when we're communicating, that sometimes we have to change the way we communicate so that everybody has the opportunity to understand, and give that person the opportunity to summarize back to what they understand so that we're clear. So it was fun. And then we leave the meeting with one word or a phrase of what they gained from that meeting. And that's been pretty fun as well. So far, I think we've enjoyed it.
It reminds me of you're planning a tour in February maybe, or sometime?
Yeah, well, now that we have
staff be,
Washington, DC, I don't know the dates yet.
Oh,
It's coming. Yeah.
right, but would staff be attending those tours too?
For sure, yeah.
And
especially the new
I think
ones.
it'd be neat. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
What's the drift?
Good question. So as you know, this last year, we've spent an ample amount of time getting our district back on track after some staffing issues. And once we righted the ship and we have things moving, it's very easy for people to fall into old habits and drift back into patterns. And the goal is to keep us all on the same trajectory. We're communicating, we're open, we're talking about our values, we're talking about the mission and what we're here for, and we're communicating. And the way that format of that meeting took me driving to Monterey and back to kind of figure out all the steps of that meeting, because I wanted everyone to have the ability to communicate, share their perspective, and then participate in a way that they feel like they're giving back. And we're all on the same team here. We're trying to just get the ball down the field together. So avoiding the drift so that we don't go back into old habits, old patterns, or bad.
Old culture.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought the drift meant maybe drifting off after they got training, went off and got a better job or something. So let's not do that either.
That's a good point.
It's also the, if a person is properly taught about that kind of thing, they should be able to self-correct also. I had an experience, I don't know, 30 years ago, something like that, where I walked into a supervisor's office and he was in charge of the law enforcement programs for a city in LA. I walked into his office and I said, I think I need an attitude adjustment. And I sat, and he laughed at that. But then I went in there and when I was in his office, I told him what my concerns were. And then he gave me the feedback and I thought, okay, I got it again. And then I proceeded to go out and do my business. But it's the self-correcting part is, and also for peers to be able to self-correct each other too about the values and our mission and all that kind of stuff, because that's real.
Yeah.
And I think our ratepayers assume that we're mindful of these kind of things too, all the time.
I think we are more now than we ever have been. That's, look at those all the time. They get brought up very regularly.
Yeah.
So I just have a couple things here. I mean, to me, this is a real wow row, I was very impressed with the new hire and orientation. That's great. And the lowdown, I think that's cool because that looks collaborative more than a command control culture. People are able to get together and, all address ideas in a safe space and to each other. And so it's not in a silo. But one thing that seems to be missing to me, and I'm sure it exists somewhere, is something about professional development. And before this meeting started, I went into Director Shook's office to tell him that there were two professional, and it's not open to everybody. I just happened to tell him professional development things that I think Aqua's is a leadership something or other, but JPIA's is called Executive Edge. And so anyway, just maybe adding the professional development on there, or just, you can tell us, whatever.
No, that makes sense. We always support that. I don't think anybody's ever walked in my office asking for training that was relevant that I've sent them to. So yeah, we're definitely open to that. So we should update that there as well.
Yeah, on the budget, do we ever spend all the
This year,
professional development money?
I think this year we will be.
Okay, good.
Yeah, there's been a ton of training this year, for
Okay.
sure. Just DOT alone, so, yeah. All right, 4.1C, provide competitive compensation, active recognition, foster safe and supportive collaborative workplace culture. Probably could point back to 4.1B on some of that, but the two that we put in here are the employee compensation plan. The employee compensation plan is what we bring to the board each year. That typically said the old MOU that we have with the union, since we're not unionized anymore. We bring that back to the board. That demonstrates to staff that we want to develop a strong culture in compensation so that they know that it's being talked about. The board is seeing it so that they feel like they're being represented well. So we do that each year. We are having some internal discussions about possibly doing this in a 3-year cycle instead of every single year, because there's not a lot of changes, and we do have really great benefits and great COLA and great, 57 contributions. So bringing it back every year, starting to get redundant, and even asking staff, what do you want? We can't just keep adding. There's also cost of these things. So we might want to put the interval to 3, and that is what we did have with the old MOU too. I think it's a little too long. 2 to 3, something like that, so that it's one less thing on the plate to deal with, but still allows staff to participate. As I think that's the most staff attending board meeting is usually the employee compensation plan each
Oh,
year.
right.
Yeah.
But also the other way around, I think it'd be nice if the board was at the employee recognition day. If there is an event.
Throughout the year, but if they didn't have one, but we've talked about that because how
I know.
but each couple times a year, the times period. If somebody's received these certifications, you do some recognition. If somebody's received a supervisor award, then, you know,
Well,
that,
if you have more than one person, maybe 2 or 3 people have accomplished something in the month, in the same month or something, and maybe
Yeah.
it could be an
something,
event.
yeah, yeah. And then employee recognition, you know, we do have an employee recognition program celebrating staff achievements and promote a culture of excellence. And we also celebrate performance awards, milestones, and work anniversaries. These projects are implemented and complete, but require ongoing maintenance. Any questions there?
Who's been, what staff member's been here the longest so at this point? Is it?
We've been
Ian?
here.
Oh,
Really? Really?
Oh,
How
interesting.
many years?
20.
Wow. Where's your
Had no
gold
idea.
watch? Where's your gold watch?
And then
Oh,
Ann,
And Ann too. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then
And then you?
Kenny.
Oh.
And me. Are you after? I'm not for Kenny. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a few that's been here for a while.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, when I started here, the average tenure at that point collectively was 12 years. And now it's 1.5 years. We're the, last folks left.
Yeah,
from the
that's why I was curious
days.
with such turnover. So good. Congrats, Lisa. No wonder you know what you're doing.
She knows where the bodies are buried.
All right, 1D, implement staffing plan that addresses capacity and alignment, et cetera. We did an organizational staffing optimization project this year. We evaluated the district staffing plan to improve efficiency and support long-term sustainability. We're going to talk more about that February, March, when Dimitri comes to visit us from Ridgeline, because he's really looked at our staffing over the next 10 years. And it's a little eye-opening. What we did though is we updated our field operations. We reduced the number of field service techs from 2 to 1. We added another maintenance worker and a maintenance 3 for a total of 6 maintenance worker positions. We restructured the mechanic position and we rewrote multiple job descriptions aimed to strengthen succession planning and technical depth in our district. What else have we got? We went from 32 employees last fiscal year down to 25. So we've made a lot of changes in the last year. So right now we feel like we have the most efficient and most sustainable staffing plan, and adding, which sometimes we feel a need because we feel stretched, is a little bit scary when we look at our projections over that 10 years. And we'll talk about that more in February, March when Dimitri comes to see us. So this project's complete for now, but will require continued maintenance to ensure effective operations and other opportunities be evaluated as they arise. Any questions?
Well, I have something to say. So one thing I didn't know Dimitri was going to be doing this analysis. I thought he was working on grants.
He's a municipal advisor. He's looking at our stability.
Okay.
So that
Okay, that's
when
fine.
we do go for bonds, he can see what we can afford.
Okay,
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I just hope that, I'm sure he's up to snuff on AI, because AI, if you're projecting a 10-year staffing plan, AI is going to impact that.
Okay.
So, and that was a question I asked at the, Aqua, and they didn't give me a good answer. So about how to talk to staff about that and, what the impacts are going to be.
Well, I know that you're into the AI, that learning research, and I do a podcast listener, and AI is going to change things substantially. I recognize that for sure. The hard part right now is even those at the very top of those AI CEOs, they don't know.
No, they don't know. And that was when I asked the question. It was so obvious. So their answer was reskilling. And I do think that's true. Reskilling will solve part of it, that people won't lose their jobs, but it's not going to solve all of it.
No.
And so you might hire somebody and they only really are needed for 2 years in an administrative function. because then AI is going to take away all of that, you know, and it'll be efficiencies and it's a small agency and maybe those people can be focused elsewhere, but it's so that just thinking about staffing over 10 years, this has to be integrated.
Sure. To talk to the ministry now. It's hard to not have a crystal ball sometimes. 4.1E, provide and ensure a safe workplace, and we have several initiatives that support this objective. We have the new workplace violence prevention plan with the new policy and training. And I know that all board members have taken that training annually since it's been implemented. Internally for staff, we have the IIPP, which is the illness injury prevention plan that's required by OSHA. We have that updated, and we've got safety as our platform for that. And they're the ones that help us with those annual updates and provide training. And then David is going to be working on our emergency response plan. It's due and scheduled for its 5-year update. There's some budget already set aside for that plan, and that's scheduled for next year to support. Okay, that's easy. Yeah. Point 2, review and update policies and implement process improvements and technology solutions to maximize effectiveness, right where AI fits in. 4.2A, develop or review simplified standard in the policies and procedures to my staff understanding. So the employee handbook is one of our essential documents for that, and we're in a current update. You may recall it was last updated in 2019. That was the first update you've had in 30 years. So we would like to do annual updates going forward because there's some laws that change, policies that need to be changed. Right now, we're looking at revamping that 2019 version. We'll be bringing that to the board for review sometime summer 2026.
Okay, but were you saying something else about this, Ro?
No.
Okay, so I just have something. So is there an employee and not just executives on this team doing that working on the employee handbook?
No, because most of the policy changes are policy changes related to laws that change.
Okay. All right. So that's all it is just updating the policies?
Yeah.
Okay. It does seem like the board would be on here because we're expected to follow the employee, right? We're expected to follow the employee handbook. So it seems like we should be in here because we're going to have to approve it, right? But we don't have to look at it because it's just policies, right?
It's going to be brought to the board for approval.
Okay. All right. So you don't expect substantial changes. It's going to be minor
It
changes.
will be one of our more substantial changes because it's been since 2019 since it was last updated, but it will all be aligned with new laws that have changed and legal review.
Okay, so that would be something that I would like to have as part of the packet, or somehow we could review it ahead of time.
Sure.
So that we're not just showing up at a board meeting to review it.
Yeah, it's a huge document, so I wouldn't expect that you could read it in 5 days. It's too much.
Okay, good.
4.2B, employ or evaluate robust technology systems associated for support of effective operations, governance, and decision-making. And I have a couple of supporting projects that you can see we've talked about already in 2.3B and 2.3B, which is Asset Panda implementation and GeoViewer overhaul. Encode updates. Andy, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Oh, yeah. So Encode has come out. So Tyler Technologies, which is the company that produces Encode, also known as ERP Pro 10. They have come out with a new program called PACE. It's a planned annual continuing education. And we have contracted for the first time for training through that program. We've had other years that we've put a training budget into our budget, but we haven't necessarily taken that training or used that budget. So with this program, we're going to be more proactive. We have a project manager through Encode, and they are working with us to identify areas that we need training on or where we'd like to expand our use of the software. There are some limitations with new pieces of the software, but, essentially they're going to guide us through what we want to receive the training on. And so I've been working with David, and we had a meeting with the the rep, and we are going to be getting together soon to put together a plan of training that we are hoping to see. And we'll be doing this on a regular basis throughout the year. We have, I think, 48 hours of training in this program for the cycle for the year. And so I think we're going to have a hard time using that up, but we're going to try. And, you know, we'll have the best opportunity for our staff to really expand and understand more of how things work behind the scenes, not just, you know, as a user, what they see, obviously, but they'll get more behind the scenes information as well. Do you have any other thoughts about that?
No, I was just gonna say that there's a lot of data and information in code. And going in there to try to research things on your own can be a little dangerous without some guidance. So that's the kind of the idea where I'm looking to get some help with some guided research tactics. So just for an example, if the board wanted to know how much water was used by residential meters in March 2019, then I would be able to find it. So those tools are in there and the information is in there. I just don't know quite how to get them. It's things like that that would help us. Here.
Enhance and speed them up. It's too low.
Hope so.
It's 48 hours for one person or for?
So it's 48 hours in total, so we can put together groups of employees that would like to take the training. And, you know, or it could be separate groups. One group can have 3 employees in it. That's only going to be charged for however many hours that group of 3 uses. So we can include as many employees as we want. It's the number of hours that we get access to an instructor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna ask you real quick, what does PACE stand for? I got the first 2.
Planned Annual Continuing Education.
Okay, continuing education, CE, okay.
There's so many PACE things, though. I mean, it's like Google PACE, they get
Yeah,
things come up. So I wish they'd
For sure.
find another,
I know. It's unoriginal.
yeah, totally.
And ERP 10 is not the same ERP.
No. No, the ERP.
Probably added number 4 into that 4.2B, which is we probably should add some AI training for certain staff. You know,
Mm.
it's coming.
Yeah, so I'm actually gonna research someone to give us a presentation, propose that on data infrastructure and identifying and classifying data, because I think it'd be really important, 1, for the board to understand it, and 2, just to get some, you know, free, non-consultant paying advice, since you guys are starting on so many projects that could relate to this. And the training would help with that for sure.
Sure. All right, 4.3, provide work facilities conducive to employee engagement, collaboration, harmony, productivity, and well-being.
Excuse me.
The objective is to clarify board of directors' role and responsibilities. The supporting project, which is updating the admin code, and then the board role of directors and conduct a training workshop. So updating this policy supports this objective, reduces confusion, improves accountability, and strengthens all overall governance. So that's in queue for next year.
Okay, so if nobody's gonna ask about that, I will. So, President Florin, I'm wondering if you're thinking about an ad hoc to work on this, because I think that the board of directors needs to be listed in here. You know, it wouldn't be solely for the GM to do this, I wouldn't think. I know you said you need some time to review this and think about things, so maybe I don't mean to put you on the spot.
I'm talking about this 4.38.
Yeah, yeah. You know, because it's
Well, also the board inboarding, which, Directors Doolittle and I have talked about when we went through, there was not much.
no.
Yeah.
We
no.
thought we might be able to come up with some ourselves, but it might be able to be incorporated into this.
Yeah,
There's not a lot in the codes about administrative code,
About inboarding.
administration code, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
about onboarding?
Well, about not our, but responsibilities and duties and things that aren't duties
Right.
for board members, that kind of thing. And so we are just folks up here. All you have to do is either get appointed or much less qualified if you're elected. Because you don't
What
have.
do you mean by that?
Meaning, well, I mean, that.
Well,
people-
Much less qualified if you're elected?
Meaning.
Oh, I
that
see
people
what you
will say,
mean. I
okay,
got it.
this-
I
this
got it.
one, there's one
Right.
candidate.
Mike the
two
plumber.
candidates,
He
three
sounds like he'd be a
candidates,
good
and
one.
they'll simply vote for the first one.
Got it, I got it.
That kind of thing, or, oh, my neighbor has a name that sounds like that one, or I saw this guy and his hair is the color of mine, so, you know, they.
Or Thomas Malone, it's obvious.
Right, I know, isn't that a great one?
Yeah,
Well, so what does anybody think about this on the board? Because I would imagine that you're saying that there's not much in there, but I imagine there's going to be an increase of a lot because there's questions that have arisen since I've been on the board for 5 years
Oh,
of things that are not in the admin code. So
yeah.
Do we
That's
need-
Dating.
do we need the board to be engaged on the development of this? And that would be through an ad hoc.
Oh, well, I see what you're saying.
So, there is another standalone document that should be incorporated into the admin code, which is the role of the board of directors.
Yeah,
I find it challenging to keep track of documents when they're all over the place. It's better if they live inside a chapter within the admin code, but that could be one that could be finessed and then added to the admin code through resolution. So what we're doing right now is the admin code is needing an update of resolutions that have already been adopted. And so Lisa's working on that project right now
oh, okay.
and getting it up to current day. And then from there, any additional policies and changes can be adopted. But right now, the last published version, I think is 2021, and we've had quite a few resolutions that need to be incorporated. And then she's reformatting it so it looks nicer, a little more user friendly. And then
Looks like it was typewritten, yeah.
it does actually. And then we'd like to make chapters in there. So there's a board chapter, there's a finance chapter, there's a, yeah.
Mhm.
So that's being worked on. And then to move to the next step of adding this, updating the board of directors would be next fiscal year. On that project, so since at that time we can develop an ad hoc for that purpose. If you're so inclined.
well, this would be a good time to say too, that this thing is, something that it's a list of things to do over the next 5 years, is what I'm saying here. And so there's a tendency for us to think, well, tomorrow we're going to start on page 5, you know, this is just an idea, an approach of what we want to do over this period of time. I wouldn't even say these are goals. This is a guide as to how we're going to operate this place, how everybody's going to operate this place over these years. And it's the job of the general manager, I think, and some participation from the board, to prioritize certain things, because sometimes you have to, before you can start one thing, you got to finish another one first, that kind of thing. It was mentioned by the general manager that the staffing levels dropped quite a bit over a period of time here. Well, that's going to affect all kinds of goals and stuff, and achieving goals. And that's why I don't like to associate failure with not meeting a goal, is because that there's reality involved in this thing too. And reality is just, you know, perched up in the corner here watching what we're doing, and it's going to say, well, yeah, nice try, kind of a thing. It's just some feeling that I have.
And also on the CAC, you can bounce things off of also.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Therefore,
Yeah,
so please use us.
yeah, that's good. Yeah.
I think this meeting was publicized to be 9 to 12, and I'm pointing out it's 11:45. Do we have to make a decision to go past 12?
No, I don't think we have a stop time on it. I think
Okay.
we just internally talked about it being till 12,
Okay,
but we're getting close. I think, you know, we can table the ad hoc for this particular one. I have a note here so that when we are ready to republish the most up-to-date version, at that point, the board will be notified, and then at a future board meeting, you can choose an ad hoc to.
When you're ready to publish the final version, then we would have an ad hoc?
So the document has not been updated fully since 2021. Lisa's working to incorporate all the new resolutions. Many policies have been published since then. They have been added to the document, so she's revamping it. So we'll have a nice clean document.
Okay.
From there, you can go through it And
Okay, you're talking about that. So you're not gonna add content and then, okay, and then the ad hoc that's involved. Okay.
It's just simple.
Yeah, I said, okay, yeah, that's cool.
4.3B, provide training and info on resources focused on critical thinking, communication, risk management, financial stewardship, and relationship building with stakeholders. So the supporting project to this, and of course, this is for your discussion, but encourage directors to continue attending SDLA, which is Special District Leadership Academy, and SDA. Those programs are designed for you guys. It's already content created, so it's really valuable. Also, if everybody attends SDLA, we can apply for District of Distinction, which is in the next row down, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But all of the essential skills for effective governance are in those classes. They're already developed, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Lisa, as always, will provide dates of upcoming conferences and events. And directors are encouraged to monitor CSDA's website for additional trainings and webinars, learning opportunities. Board's been forward thinking and recognizing the value of ongoing development and has proactively budgeted for training events to support effective governance. Ongoing. Any questions?
The Leadership Academy has more than one level, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's several levels.
I think I've had the first level, but not the
Yeah.
others, and I don't know.
And
Okay.
you have,
You've had
you
two?
have,
Ah,
yeah, so I think we're almost there.
Yeah, I didn't finish mine, so,
Okay,
yeah.
so we'll look at next year's. I tried to look at it.
I didn't get
yesterday.
the certificate or anything, so I need to do it again.
Okay, yeah, I looked at it yesterday. I didn't see next year's published dates yet, but they usually do a Southern California and then a Northern California each year. So I think that would be really important to meet that objective in 4.3B.
So I just have a question. So 4.3 on the line, the shaded line up there, provide work facilities conducive to employee engagement, collaboration, harmony, productivity. Is that really where these things should be under?
That's where they were listed in this document.
Okay, because when I'm looking at it,
work facility.
maybe I'm the wrong one now. No, but I'm seeing it as, well, people and culture, but
There's space there. Thank you. So cross through that gray line. And it was a copy and paste.
yeah.
That's
course.
ensure
Good catch.
exemplary governance and board.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, because when you start talking and provide needed training, I thought that was staff again, and then you
Yeah.
start having directors there, so. Yeah, I mean, I think, I agree with the CSD and SDLF. I just want to make sure that Aqua is not forgotten in here.
Yeah, that's absolutely an option too. I doesn't have to be just that, but
Okay,
those are two that were very valuable, and the SDLF has a purpose, and that goes into the 4.3C. And if you're ready, we can move there, but yes, Aqua is always an option too. So it's just, I mean, you guys are already good at this, just attending the conferences and events. You all have expressed interest in wanting to do it. You did that today. with
Well,
the-
they're well done too, which I appreciate, this. I don't fall asleep during them.
Yeah, it's not a one and done. There's always so much more to learn.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, I mean, my mind expanded so much on this, and you think, oh, I've been going to these, and it's like,
right.
it was dense.
They celebrate board achievements. So some of the supporting projects for that is number one, district transparency certificate. So I have a reference point into the next one is 5.1A. And we did achieve that last year. And Director Doolittle and our Vice President Long both got to go on stage and accept that award with myself and Lisa. And
Oh,
is there anybody else?
just
I think it was just us at CSDA. And that, we'll talk more about that transparency certificate. It's on a cycle. We want to continue to apply for that every year.
Yeah.
Public service recognition. We did this one. Each year in May, we can have a little celebration on the public service. There could be others. That's just an idea. And then
Well, maybe that'd be when we could do the employee recognition too. incorporate it into that, and then we could get some publicity on it too.
And maybe take a better picture of all of us together. I appreciate it being in here, but it'd be
I
nice.
know that picture.
If we don't have matching clothes, let's all try to wear a blue shirt.
Shirts now, right?
Yeah, I do, but no, there are two people who don't, so.
So that's one objective that can help meet that. And then number 3, this one's a little bit near and dear to my heart, is apply for the CSDA District of Distinction. We're now eligible. We were not eligible until this last audit. So we're now eligible to
Why?
apply for that.
What's the eligibility?
You can't have any,
Illegal things happening, right? I remember, yeah.
Distinction.
yes, so we finally have, we have the 3.
Distinguished by the criminals in your midst.
Yay.
We have 3, we have the 3 now.
Ah,
And all the board members have had to attend SDLF. So if next year that can get done, then we can apply, and that's a pretty high honor and a way to celebrate, the board's achievements.
So I imagine we would need to do that before we get the designation of a failing district water.
I don't think that would.
You don't think so? Okay, good.
And the designation of failing, it's tucked into SWRCD's website. It'd be really, you have to know what you're doing.
Okay, all right, great.
It's right there.
Right.
I think also maybe before, some of our board members have to run for re-election.
Is that next year?
Yeah.
2.
I'm not worried.
You're not worried? Oh, okay.
Well, that's how you lose.
Anyway, I think that would be a worthwhile endeavor. Lisa's there's a checklist that CSDA provides that has to get met. Documents for District of Distinction, and I believe you've already put almost all of it together. We're only missing the SDLF.
Okay.
Is that it? Is there anything else that was missing on that list?
Nope.
We have it all. Yes, because we were trying to get it in because the deadline this year was November 30th. And we're like, we have it all. And then we're like, we're missing the SDLF. So anyway, let's try to get that next year.
Glad you're, well, go ahead.
Who hasn't done SDLF?
Well, I did it partially, but I didn't get a certificate or anything, or like I'd missed something happened. So anyway, I just need to go and get the certificate or something like that, I think. I'll have to look.
Tom, did you do it in the beginning? SDLF?
Special districts leadership,
Probably.
Was it
SCLF?
illegal?
That's at my house.
It's foundation.
Some of the classes can be done, webinar style.
Mhm.
Okay, last one, we're almost there. External relations and influence. Enhance customer trust, understanding, and positive perception of the work of the district to provide water service. 5.1A, measure delivery of superior customer service. We struggled with this one a little bit because it's not clear what superior service is, it's not defined. So we did our best to find supporting projects that we've already been working on. So one is the transparency certificate, and that's what was referred to on the last row of the last page. We earned that certificate of excellence. This supports our commitment to delivering superior customer service, because our customers are able to easily access our information, understand decisions, and see ethical operations. Builds trust and reduces confusion. So we think that that is part of superior customer service, being transparent. Question?
Observation. The only other agency that has YouTube videos is 29 Palms.
Oh, interesting.
High Desert doesn't. And
Okay.
Bighorn is pretty small.
So that's something, yeah, YouTube. Okay, I like that. Number 2, this one, I mean, I think it's important. I encourage customer service to get Google reviews. I feel like it's a one place that you can see visibly and transparently what people are saying. David did a survey of the 10 nearest districts, and we have the highest
Awesome.
Google review.
Isn't that great? Wow. Congratulations, David.
That's hard to
No, it was a
do.
lot of work. No, I remember when I came in, that was the pits. And that's people complaining when I was,
Yeah.
campaigning.
The downside of Google reviews is once they're there forever, and they often contain misinformation. So they're not the end all be all, but they are an important factor to consider when we're thinking about, are we serving the customers the way that they want to be served?
But
So
we can respond to them, right?
We haven't practiced that too much. I think we did once,
Cause that might be a way of
but there's something
correcting misunderstandings or something.
Or provocation. People.
Yeah, we have one on there where it was the gentleman was really upset because we turned off his water, but it was because there was a leak and we couldn't get a hold of him and we turned off the customer side meter. Well, it turned out that it was a hose from the neighbor on his property. It wasn't his water. And he was mad that we turned it off.
Oh,
But we were trying to be helpful. And so he just gave us a really nasty.
Oh, I'm sorry, but that's funny.
We turned it back on the same day. Like it was just, we're just trying to get a hold of him saying, you're wasting water, you know, we want to help
yeah,
you.
but
So that one kind of got misinformed on Google. And then there was another one on there I felt was a little bit on discrimination side. I thought that wasn't nice, so I reported it, but Google didn't take it down. So you can't, it's not the end all be all, but it's just one thing in the future.
And there was another one recently that I didn't address directly on Google reviews, but I got a hold of the person and we had a conversation.
Oh.
And got the information.
Oh, good.
Or got the situation resolved and they removed it on their own
Oh,
without me
great.
even asking. So,
And then sometimes people will post on there, and they're mad as all get out, and it's not for our district, it's for someone else. So one thing I want the board to know is we look at those and we look at whatever social media. If you see a social media post, you can send it to us and we look at it. And if it's our customer, we get hold of them. We don't go on Facebook and, you know, say anything to them, but we call them and sometimes they're not our customer. They're 29 or they're
Oh, okay.
somewhere else. And then we also implement customer service surveys as needed. We've heard the customers say that they want to be able to pay by credit card in the office. So we're actually right now doing an analysis to find out how many customers really are asking that question to see if it's something we need to consider implementing. It comes at a cost.
Yep.
And we need to make sure that if it's 1 or 2 or if it's 25, we need to figure out how many people, what the value of the transaction is. So we're monitoring that over a few months period of time to see if it's really something that needs to be added. So those are just some examples of how we're measuring superior customer.
So are they paying with cash at this point?
Cash or check in the
Well, I know the
office?
check, but,
Yeah,
because they're not gonna drop cash into the box here, but,
cash or check in the office, money order, and then online. Yeah, we
you
have
know, so many places are going no cash now.
I know,
Yes.
yeah.
I think the farmer's market booth that Kathleen so devotedly runs maybe could be considered to put in here
Yeah.
because it certainly, is a positive
Customer
percent.
service.
Yeah, it certainly is enhancing customer trust with all the questions and things being answered. I mean, I have so many people saying, I was talking to that lady at the farmer's market. So,
No, that's a good point.
in a positive way.
That's, I'm glad that you said that.
Yeah.
Because I have on my notes back here, there are many, many things that we do
Yeah,
that are not in here.
yeah.
We can't, it's almost impossible. So this is, a lot of these items are new initiatives, some are not,
Yeah.
some are, repeats from previous years. But these are above and beyond the different projects that are also being worked on. And I know Anne has a list. You don't want to see it because it will scare you. And David's got a list and Ray sent me a list of reservoirs the other day that scared me. So there, everyone's got a list. It's above and beyond what's in here.
Yeah, your personal outreach too, the kinds of meetings that you go to that are not water related, they're more public PR related.
Sure. So we do a lot to
Yeah.
measure that delivery of superior customer service. All right, 5.1B, support, update, enhance community outreach. So some of the initiatives and projects that we do are social media and outreach calendar that was new, I believe, last year. And so we have a schedule of social media posts and that we want to highlight, and we came up with categories and some timing to send out those posts. I'm sure you've seen them. David's working on a new one that is hilarious. I'm really excited for that one to come out.
Fun.
I just bought some little hands. Are they those little hands like that? I just bought some, yeah. After looking at them for 6 months, I finally had to do it.
We definitely have a lot more outreach in that regard than we used to. And then also the newsletter, which tends to be a hit. We are evaluating the intervals and considering a little bit of a less is more approach. It does take a lot of hours. Kathleen puts a ton of time in the
Right.
newsletter, and then it comes to staff, and then staff puts in, more time. And so it's pretty comprehensive, and it does cost a lot to produce that newsletter. And it's not just the software we use, it's staff time and consultant time to put it together. So we're just looking at new ways to always revamp and make things better. So that's 2 initiatives for 5.1B.
I'm just thinking, you're saying you're assessing intervals. I'm thinking seasonal. I mean, a lot of the stuff that's in there is seasonal.
Discussed quarterly, possibly as an
Yeah.
option. We've discussed every other month. We haven't
Yeah.
come up with it's still in discussion, so
Yeah.
we're looking at it. But it's a major undertaking, and it goes through multiple people. And it's not easy, I will say that, but we've been consistent for years and years on it.
It's beautiful. Actually.
Yeah, it is really nice.
Yeah, I went to a class or lecture, whatever you want to call it, at Aqua about community outreach. And one of the things that a district was doing was making just 60-second or 90-second videos that are just a breakdown of what happened at a board meeting. Just something you could put on like Instagram or Facebook just real quickly, just to keep community engagement up.
Do we have
And-
Instagram?
And the president could do that. It wouldn't have to be something
Yeah, it could be
generated
board-
by the staff. That's where,
Oh.
yeah, I've seen board members actually have a presence on the websites and actually have videos. The president does a video on the website talking about the district.
Hmm.
So I don't think we're leveraging the board enough for things like that, or the board should take initiative to do things like that.
The basis for it could be the minutes also of the meeting. After the minutes were approved, we could use them foundationally for something like that.
So I just had one thing about the outreach. I'm about the social media. Obviously, I'm very happy with that. I'm one of the few likers of it. And then I share it to, you're welcome. I share it to Joshua Tree Community Connection and stuff. So I really think, and I've said this before, that the district needs to put a little money into that, sponsor some of those posts, because then you're going to get a wider showcase of your information, and it doesn't cost that much. It's so inexpensive. Like, I'll give you $20 to do it.
We have done it.
Okay, well, I haven't seen any. Okay, because I have. Okay,
Been through on some of
okay.
and it created some controversy, so we haven't done it again.
Oh, really? Okay. To get more follow, but also sharing it. Like, I've shared it to, the Joshua Tree Community Connection, but you can share it to different groups. And yeah, but I know about sharing things. That happens to me with MBCA stuff, and I'll share it too. Like what's going on in the Morongo Basin or 29 Palms, and just get crucified with the stuff that they have to say. Sorry if using the word crucified bothered anybody, but
5.1C, we're ready. Consider opportunities related to the district's mission for addressing community needs beyond water service. So the only supporting project that we had at this time for this is to create a policy in alignment with SB 394, which is what Director Fick brought up earlier, water, that I think it was Director Fick, fire hydrants. The district, by implementing this new SB 394, the district supports public safety, protects community resources, and promotes fairness among ratepayers, and offers opportunities for outreach, all of which advance this strategic objective beyond our core, which is water service. So we have a policy in queue. Questions?
Have you ever had a hydrant stolen
It's not the hydrants, it's the water.
in the water?
And the damage. So we've had water theft at hydrants a lot.
Yeah.
It tends to be cyclical. It'll happen, all the districts get hit, and then it stops for a while, and then it happens again. And
Is it
sometimes
weather
it's,
related?
typically it's kids, messing around. Sometimes it's, unhoused. There's different reasons for it. So I would typically we had one summer where it was a little bit more than usual.
I was thinking like in New York City where they open up the hydrants, just to get cooled down.
We had that happen once. Yeah, so it's not legal, and it's not fair for the ratepayers to pay for that
Right.
water
Right.
when other people are using it unlawfully.
Cascade Solar had a contractor, a solar panel cleaning contractor illegally used this hydrants.
Yeah.
And they did a lot of damage then. I think it's 70,000 gallons of water and all.
So that's,
So what kind of policy can you have? Does that mean policing or?
see necessarily, but it's what we would do in the event. So we already have some processes that we put in place. Our hydrants that we're having the most issue, we put hydrant locks on. So we already have that in place. And then when do we call for the sheriff report
Oh,
in,
okay.
those kinds of things. So that's what the policy would address, is just our procedure of how we would handle the theft. We're policing, we don't have time for any policing.
No, yeah.
Has anyone been able to break the hydrant locks?
Say that again?
Has anybody been able to break the hydrant locks yet?
Not to my knowledge. No?
That's pending.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Those things are only, they have a certain.
But where there's a will, there's a way.
The locks are expensive too, so we're strategic about where they're placed. You can't place them on every
Right.
hydrant.
So, I just, on 5.1.c, consider opportunities related to the district's mission for addressing community needs beyond water service. And it has the project manager there as GM. GM is project manager. But I'm just thinking that the board plays, a role in this, because we're often bringing like issues with the homeless, and certainly, I don't know, I'm just thinking about that, but I was going to add here, the plant sale and the garden, I think fulfill what that says.
Yeah, it's a good
Yeah.
idea.
Very good. And the project manager is really just so that I know, doesn't necessarily mean 100%. It's not 100% accurate. It's just, I just need to know where it starts. Typically, it's gonna start somewhere.
Those items are in 5.2 D.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, a boardroom.
Oh, they are, okay.
A board
right, right.
meeting on this is, public wants us to somehow discriminate against STRs. They say it's a business and going on, and we somehow should
Yeah.
be some of that. And I always tell them, you can't do that, discriminate on. But it's a pressure that they want.
I know. But then they have to change the law. That's the only way. You have to get
Right.
legislators to change the law. That's where they're, I find that because we're so accessible, that they come to us for the issue. We're mad at you because you have to, do this. But we didn't make up the stuff, as Tom said. It's coming from somewhere, and we need to really focus that effort. And we do ourselves as well, but individuals can do that. They talk to their legislators and point them there and take that pressure off of you. We can't change it by ourselves. We have to follow what is in place,
Yeah. And
whether
the
we
other,
like it or not sometimes.
yeah, the other issue is land use. We're constantly reminded that
Yeah.
the water district is not a land use, although they are very well interconnected.
Sure, there's definitely interconnection, 100%, but push that back to the county, let them be the bad guys. Don't, you have enough issue.
Yeah.
You don't have to take on everyone else's. All right, thank you for those extra ideas on 5.1c. That was good. All right, 5.2, develop mutually beneficial relationships, expand collaboration, and exercise strategic leadership with local, regional, state, federal partners. So we're doing this a lot.
Yeah.
5.2a is seek judicial review of Chrome 6. So as you know, we are in a lawsuit along with several other water districts. And there is a trial date, January 21st. My understanding, this is not a Perry Mason kind of trial. It's an administrative trial. So I don't know that it's something we can go and watch. But the good news is that we should hear some news on it pretty soon. Within 30 days of that trial is what they're anticipating, but it could be up to 90 that we should know something about what the next steps will be.
I can add in that a little bit. You will, and obviously we can bring it back for the discussion if the board wants to discuss it. But just for clarification on that, there will be a hearing likely before the court, and that will generally be open. It may be on Zoom, it may not. I don't know how that court operates, but there typically is an opportunity for people to attend the hearing.
And Jeff, if that opportunity does present itself and it's not on Zoom, should someone from the district be there?
I don't know that there's any requirement. It won't. It'll be a bench hearing. It'll be argued by the parties based on briefing. I don't necessarily know that you get an advantage by having individuals in the audience, but that certainly could be a discussion to have with the coalition council once that date is set, in case they think it might be helpful. And certainly it may be helpful in terms of an interest from the district as well. But in the end, it's not a jury trial. It's a judge trial. They're going to rule on the briefing and merits. I don't think the presence of a party typically has much of an influence, at least is my thought. But we can confirm that with coalition council.
Okay, and that's in Fresno, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hmm?
Any questions on 5.2A? 5.2B, we're almost there, guys. Advocate for differentiation and regulatory requirements for medium and large suppliers. We had an advocacy trip to SWRCB this year, May 25. I attended that meeting, specifically addressed that agencies or sites must be treated differently. I spoke about this earlier today in regards to the SRF application, and I highlighted challenges that our smaller districts face, particularly with limited staffing capacity, and stress the need for SRF process to be more accessible. It's an example of an effort, and anytime these opportunities arise, we're going to take advantage of those opportunities. Didn't make any change this time, but I think the squeaky wheel gets the grease, so we'll keep trying.
And what's SWRCB?
State Water Resources Control Board.
Okay, and where was that meeting?
It was in the EPA building in Sacramento.
Okay.
I just want to say, like, a report like this is really good. You may have reported on this at a board meeting, but it's really hard to I'm a person that needs to read things, to really grasp them. I mean, I can hear things. I'm pretty good with that, but yeah, and I don't think the minutes said all of this. So it's just nice to have this written out like that to really understand and be reminded of what you did.
Good. Director Fick?
Well, I just think we did have a good connection in the AI seminar part with a geologist for the State Water Resources Board.
Very
We
good.
have her number.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, she was very helpful.
All right, 5.2C, increase direct engagement with San Bernardino County to improve financial support and services to Joshua Tree area. I do attend the monthly, it's called a coffee group. I don't know why it's called that. It's just a leadership meeting. There's coffee served, so I suppose that's why. I go, generally it's 99% of the time me, or I send a designated staff member to attend. And it's hosted by Supervisor Don Rao. This regular attendance has actually been really good, strengthened engagement with San Bernardino County. They know who we are. Not that they wouldn't, because I know Director Fick makes sure that you know who we are. The meeting provides an opportunity to share district insights and challenges, which it also often gives me connections with people that's been helpful. It's part of how I got the phone number to talk to the San Bernardino County Fire regarding the helicopter water service. And then there's other local leaders, so we can share our grievances and help each other as needed. So this is one effort of county engagement. We also have been having some meetings with their development department on a regular basis. And I know the board has been really active in that regard as well.
Go ahead.
Would it be beneficial to have a board member go to these coffee meetings as well?
Well, Dawn does the inviting,
Okay.
and typically it's the GMs of water districts, it's a school superintendent. It's typically not elected, but it doesn't mean electeds can't go. I've seen them there. Sometimes Tom Lackey's been to one, and a couple of the field reps from Rosalie C. Ochoa Bow, but I haven't seen her there. So it could, I can ask for bites, and that's perfectly fine.
Or a board member could go in your stead when you can't go, as opposed to a staff person.
Sure.
It'd be interesting to, with that in mind, reread the Brown Act and see if there's something that would prohibit people coming together just for coffee.
I don't think so. I think that one would be okay. It's a really interesting meeting. I learned a lot about what's happening in the sheriff's department. The sheriff is there. And the relationship's been really it's just a relationship building, meeting and sharing concerns. So think that's a place where we can share on the Program 6 issue and then they can share that with their constituents.
David,
Long ago, we used to have MB MAC meetings, which would also cover this a bit, not as insider stuff, but we're missing a MAC. We still are missing a MAC.
Yeah, pre-COVID.
Yeah, it seems to me though that it does seem to me that members of the board should attend this because it's talking about financial support and services. And that has to do with, I've seen other board members, for example, President McCone in Yucca Valley, he was the one that procured a good deal of money from the county. So it's not like board members don't discuss these things.
Yeah, they should. This meeting particularly isn't, it's really, like I said, it's relationship building. There's no agenda and everybody goes around table and they have an announcement of things going on at their district or the sheriff's department or the fire department that might impact other communities.
It's been like what the MAC was, which,
well, we're gonna do that tonight.
But not the MAC though.
no, I know,
Yeah.
but that's what was, the
Yeah.
MAC was filling one of the
Yeah.
purposes and that,
It doesn't have community leaders in it. So, but has anybody asked for money? Because it says that on here, to improve financial support and services. So has anybody asked for money? That you
Well,
heard?
No, not that I've heard in the roundtables.
Well, don't be afraid to. Please ask for money.
I'll ask. You have what I got. I'll ask.
just hear what resources are out there
Yeah,
too.
yeah. I mean,
The Landers
Yeah,
community meeting is tonight at 5:00.
Oh, that's right.
This afternoon, and typically we go to that, and you got the sheriff there, you've got
Yeah, they do
Glenn
those
Harris from
reports
the
too,
counties
fire.
there.
yeah,
You get all sorts of people
Glenn
there
is
that are
there.
making reports and stuff, and there's also an interaction with the 20 or 30 people that are in the audience too, so we do that. It's a big deal, I think.
I have another thing. I have recently applied and I'm gonna be, actually, the meeting is going on right now. Applied to be on the board of the Basin-wide Foundation
okay.
and I'm gonna be accepted. And I think I just wanted to ask, I've been thinking about whether there could be any conflict of interest involved in my involvement there. And I thought maybe Jeff might have an idea, but again, the board is made up of a lot of people who are good to network with. And they have regular meetings and they actually talk about resources, funding resources. So I might hear more things there too.
I'd be happy to have you send me more details and I can take a look at that just to confirm whether there is anything.
Okay, thank you.
Last page, 5.2D, Dean advocates for our community by expanding our reach to partnerships. So one supporting project we have is our JT NPA partner. This year, I can't remember now. We've had the MOU with JTNP for years, but then there was a change in leadership. So we couldn't have that anymore. So the plant sale begging for that money can be rerouted to the parks nursery. So that is an example of advocating for community partnerships is our partnership with JTNPA in support of the national parks. 5.2E, investigate and engage with community partners to promote welfare in the community. And if you recall, this year we had updates to our CAP and our low income assistance program. The board approved enhancements to both programs. By expanding this financial assistance and making qualifications more accessible, we're proactively addressing community funding, strengthening partnerships that support vulnerable households and they improve overall community welfare. It's an example of engaging, there, that's 11 o'clock last night, engaging and promoting welfare within the community. We'll continue to pursue other opportunities as they arise.
How is that going?
The CAP and low income assistance program. Do you have that update?
Sure, yeah, it's going well. We're about where we expect for this time of the year as far as the budget's concerned. Ann and I both have a calendar note to review, I think, the budget to see where the numbers are. Because we hadn't increased the budget for this yet. with the hopes that maybe we would have to. And actually along this line, we actually had somebody get assistance through the aging department with the county, just last week. They was able to help too. So that's another resource that we frequently promote, customers as well.
Right, and last but not least, 5.3, all the district position on development, exercise leadership and shaping.
Wait a minute, I had something to say on 5.2, sorry. So this says develop mutually beneficial relationships, blah, 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 with local, regional, state, and federal partners. So one thing I think is missing is the federal partners part. I don't see that addressed in here anywhere.
Yeah, where,
Well, I don't see it, it's not in here. So the 5.2 and none of these, none of your,
The dark line.
and none of your supporting projects
Oh.
list, the federal work and the, the collaborations that, Director Jarlsberg and I discussed with you. I know that you think that can all go, I imagine you think that can all go with Rojas, but I do think that there's a place for, the board members and the staff to also have their own relationships with federal people, and this just doesn't mention that anywhere.
The interesting part is none of the objectives address federal.
Yeah, I saw that.
Trying to figure out which one that.
Yeah.
I suppose it could be 5.2E and just,
That's what I was thinking.
yeah, just expand it.
no,
So we had talked about writing letters, so there's a personal touch that,
Well,
And
I'm glad you brought that up. There is a letter writing campaign that CAC is going to be doing regarding Chromium 6.
Oh, great.
Those will be going to both federal and state officials.
yeah, so that could be something that was in here.
Yeah.
Right? That's a good example too.
yeah, Wilburn Nolte or whatever his name is, has a regular outreach thing. I thought he'd be there when I went there a couple times and he's not. You can write something down and send it to him, not that he will respond.
That's right.
But at least if we had more people doing that, I've been actually advocating on behalf of the hospital being funded, with the new bills and everything, but I haven't talked about water. But, maybe we can get a little more information where when we go there, we can bring up the water issues that might be important.
Yeah, and back to the letter writing campaign, Kathleen put together a couple of letters and I've had them reviewed by Rojas. And now that they're reviewed and ready, then they'll come back to CAC for their review, and they're pretty simple. They can, sign on to the letter. Although Rojas is developing a list for us of where those letters will go to.
Okay, just remember I said that on one of the conferences that I went to, that they said it, that they're more impacted by the personal individual letters than they are form letters.
Well, that's what the boss also said, and these are more paragraphs with looking letter. They're not, the pretty signed document. It looks like it came from a person. He thought that would get, a little more attention. So good point. 5.3, develop district position on development and leadership in Joshua Tree's future. 5.3A, determine the capacity of the water supply and how much growth can be supported. We talked about this a little bit previously, but this is the actual row that addresses the urban water and water shortage contingency plan. So both are being updated. They're key planning tools required under California law, and they help to ensure sustainable and reliable water supplies. Estimated completion is June 2026, and we're partnering with MWA, which saved the district about $175,000 cost incurred to date, or $15,000, not including staff time. Questions?
Okay, well, so that would be a build out and such.
So, we haven't gotten to that point yet in the urban plan, but the current plan, I've read through that pretty well, and it discusses how much water the district has and projects some future build out. And any known developments will be listed in the plan and will be accounted for.
Known proposed?
Proposed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before 2020, Sorry, was general manager. He was replying to the county. County said we had a build out of 96,000 people. They just 1,000 people per square mile. There you go.
Oh,
And that's for federal grants and things like that. And so, but he said it was 35,000 with our water district with his known amount of water that we had could sustain a population of 35,000.
I don't know where those numbers came from exactly. I would say it sounds reasonable. I mean, based on the amount of water that we seem to have.
Yeah.
So I think that the new urban plan will address that though,
Right.
and look at those.
Mojave Water Agency for the next 40 years is telling us that we're going to have a 15% increase in population.
Oh, that's a very different number than when
Yeah.
I met with them. That's not, I've heard it. It was much smaller than that, like a
Well,
7.
yeah, they're talking about the entire,
You're talking Victorville.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
Victorville was 50%.
Oh.
Morongo Basin, are you talking?
I don't think it's 15. I was at a meeting, but this has been over a year now. I was at Bighorn and it was a five meeting, and they gave an update on their master plan. They talked about future projection for Morongo Basin, and it was a really small number. In fact, it was so small that I thought, could that be accurate? So I don't think it's 15.
Numbers scare people, but generally Joshua Tree has been a 1% increase for the last 25, 30 years. But the STR increase is 3%, which is still effective to us.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, the population has gone down, but the usage of water hasn't.
That's true.
Well, census wise.
Yeah, it's actually trending back up from, yeah.
So that plan will, I hope, hash out some of those concerns so that we can see what you have to know what you have so that you can manage it well. So we can look at what our resources are in our aquifers and then make decisions about recharge based on that and development, future development.
Right, and so I think we need to add a row. Because we're up here, we say at the top, the objective is exercise leadership in shaping Joshua Tree's future. And to me, I think that what we meant, and board members chime in, that, we were talking about the way that development is happening here and the impact to our water. And so I think that exercise leadership in shaping Joshua Tree's future was about that. Was it not? I mean, what do we mean by
Kind of
that?
my take from it as well.
And I was thinking that it doesn't mention how we can influence the county because they're making these decisions on the rezoning and, who they're seriously considering without really talking to us. To the district.
Yeah.
Well, they may be talking to the district, but, it's not the board.
Well, they're not even talking to the district from what I understand.
Well, yeah.
Not how they're making decisions, that's true. So that would be more board level. So you would just have to let me know how you'd like that to fit into these categories. Of course, we can add it.
Yeah, I think we need to add one about exercising leadership and Joshua Tree's future. So it would be, one of the activities would be GM shares message, or what, I mean, we have to agree on all of it, but it could be something like what you're saying. You just said you have to let me know. And so it would be that you're carrying that message. I don't know how to state it right now because I'm tired, but you're bringing board considerations to those meetings and then reporting back to us.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we've ever done that before, where you've taken, what we're saying and then, or maybe you have and we just haven't heard about it. So, but this would be a good example of, we're concerned about growth and water use and land use.
I think we're concerned about more precise growth. I mean, there is growth that we would probably be happy enough with, and then there's growth we're not happy with. I mean, some of it has to do with no information.
If and I'm sorry to interrupt, but one thing it does occur to me in hearing this is, and I think we've done it for others, so I don't think it would be a major undertaking, but it would obviously be a memo from legal counsel to the board, but I'm happy to prepare an outline that kind of discusses what your legal limitations are, since you don't hold the police power that the county does in terms of zoning and land use. So I'm happy to update a memo perhaps to the board so you have an idea of what your limitations are and what your roles in that discussion can be?
Yeah, I think that would be great. And what I'd really like for you to address on that is where are our powers in being able to deny somebody asking for service? Because I heard one time that Kathleen remembered that one board said not now to a development. It was the Altamira development.
Altamira was asking for a 20-year will serve letter.
Okay.
So they were saying, we don't give will serve letters for 20 years. We only give them for 1 year at a time.
Yeah.
What's she about to
So
say?
is there a place in which the board can deny a will serve, Jeff?
Will serve letters are a little different, and I know many districts have policies of not giving will serve letters. And that's kind of a different scenario. In terms of denying a project, it really has to be purely based on whether or not, if you in fact do not have water to serve a development, then that can be denial, but then that's going to be a district-wide situation. So we can certainly look to address that in that memo as well.
Another question would be, would we operate a package treatment plant within 50 feet of a residence?
Right, so our
that's
policy on
another-
that.
Yeah, that's
So it
another
seems
one.
to me a 5.3C needs to be added, and it would be, board development policies. And then the projects, supporting projects would be those. So the first one would be, the legal letter that Jeff just described. And then following that would be the sewer policy. And it's not sewer, it's package treatment plants.
But sewer could come into them too.
See, well, it's a different, it's a different policy though. I suppose it could, but really, I think, the focus of where those package treatment plants are, and I think it's more.
Yeah.
And then there was a third one that I heard you guys talking about, and
Well, I'm thinking of another one where where the proposed developer thinks they can get water from another place than us if we don't have enough for them,
Well-
which is not true.
yeah, it's already,
And they've
it's already
put that
addressed
out.
in the rules and regulations that if you're within the district, you can't get water from outside the district. That is addressed
Where?
in our rules and regulations.
Ours.
Yeah,
But how does that information get to this proposed developer?
well, they can say that they're gonna go get it from somewhere else, but they have to follow the rules and regulations of the district.
Shouldn't the county be able to help with that when
I mean-
they're reviewing these things?
They should
Because we
be.
hear misstatements all the time.
Yeah,
Well, isn't water mostly within the purview of the state anyway, and not the county? And through LAVCO, for example, where in other words, I'm saying we have to, if we're a yes or no organization, we have to have that authority from somebody else. It
Oh,
would be either the state
right.
or the county, and I would imagine it would be the state because they claim they own all the water. That's why we report to them on everything that we do.
Oh,
So they,
We own the water, we just have to report. We own the water, I mean, it's our water. I've been checking around, people say they can't come take our water, it's our water.
well, we'll argue that.
We have to
Right,
report to
undertake.
them, for sure, we have to report to them, and they have jurisdiction, but I think we own it, is what I would say. It's just maybe splitting hairs.
Well, we'll ask Jeff one of
Okay,
these days for an opinion on that.
okay, but so,
I think we report to them and then they can react. If we do something wrong, they can react to what we do.
oh yeah, and they can take over management of the district.
Not sell it to us for one thing because we're not complying with something. Because they own that water until we pay for it at least.
So, yeah, I think one thing I wanted to add, and it kind of came up, is septic policies. So like these developments that are small enough to be on septic, their location matters as far as the nitrates hitting the aquifers. So like if something's developed all the way up by the park, if there were commercial zoning, that's going to take a long time to hit our aquifers. If it's developed down here, it's going to, and it doesn't have any sewer treatment or septic treatment plant. Like this development that we're looking at, I don't know what theirs is, but this Compass development. I think that we need some sort of a review of our septic policies, because that would be demonstrating leadership and shaping Joshua Tree's future to make sure that we're not, I think that's where we could say no. because that would be agreeing to poisoning our water source, and we don't want to do that.
Yeah, I don't know, do you happen to know? I know packet treatment plant, we can make a policy about this. That
Yeah, I think
is-
it's a county issue.
Yeah.
It's more of a county issue when it comes to, she had a specific, nitrate, monitoring.
Right.
But even that jurisdiction, I think, falls into the county building code, not the water. I know your point is what.
I hear, yeah.
How do you, who's the authority on that?
I thought it was the Colorado,
Yeah. it's the-
River Regional.
yeah, that's who it is, yeah, the regional.
That's depending on the.
Okay,
density.
all right.
When it comes to like a single.
Just a regular
Yeah,
septic, it's a county.
Yeah, it's county,
Yeah,
to my knowledge.
Right, but I wonder if the county has anything about it, they can approve it, but can we accept that approval if it turns out we think that that's going to contribute to pollutants entering? If there's a whole bunch of them.
I'm reminded on the road up to the park, there was a horse ranch. That sounds pretty polluting to me. And then there's a dog or pet boarding.
That's right by Kathleen's
Facilities.
house.
Yeah, and these, I don't know, they've got septics, I'm assuming that, but there's a lot of it just soaking through the sand.
So, yeah, I
How
think,
much the county, I don't know whether those are commercial. I mean, it's all residential along the road.
so I think this memo will give us an opportunity, right? To talk
Yeah.
about all this.
I agree. I think what I'll do is I'll add a 5.3 point C. I'll put forward development activity policies and then the legal letter for development from Jeff. And then possibly another project will be a package treatment plant policy. You can always put another one on there, but that gets a start as the direction.
I think it's important to do this because we've been getting under so much pressure for these fairly large developments wanting to come in. And I think it's not gonna let up.
No, it's not.
It's still cheaper to do it here than any place else in California, practically.
True.
They still pick on the desert.
So that is the end of this business plan. As I stated earlier, I think next time we take this, we should reorganize it. And maybe it's by org structure, maybe it's by priority, so that it's clear for staff to execute these items. Capital improvement was not identified well in this plan. We fit it in anyway, but it wasn't clearly and explicitly pointed out. So I think we just want to be thoughtful about that next time around. And just my takeaways. In addition to our regular work, much of this new to regular work. So we need to be really thoughtful, like Vice President Gilder was talking about prioritization. And sometimes we get concerned that our focus is on the mission gets redirected and it makes it so that we forget about the boring capital work because it's not so exciting. And there are many, many projects being worked on, not indicated here. They may be added to the future if they become applicable, but some are just in addition, often regulatory, but they still must be completed.
Okay, so I would like to talk about changing the format of this work plan. So this work plan aligns to the strategic pillars that represent the district's major priorities. And so we did that in the strategic planning. To me, this is a far superior document than we had for the strategic plan before. And I realized that it might be easier for you guys to organize it a different way, like by department or whatever, but I don't think it would be easier for us. So it just really makes a big difference to be able to just go through this very clearly and look at how things roll up into different sections instead of in silos.
Well, that's I'm not talking about doing that this time. We're
No,
not
next time,
this, but next time around, it would be the same thing. It would just be, this would be a certain area. So everything operational would be in objective 1, for instance, everything administrative objective 2. And then we have a catch-all. But that is how the previous strategic plan was set up, and it made it a lot easier to manage. And it's very similar to this, just instead of, like I said, Anne looking here to find her DU, she's having to look all over the place, for her DOS.
So, but it would still be aligned by the strategic pillars.
Yeah.
So we still have those chunks, but then you're saying,
So right now you have your number 1 is water supply and quality. So And that could be everything operational. That's one, so whatever that strategic priority is, could be
Yeah.
operational. And you can see there was a nice reservoir on that picture, so we are talking operational. This one here says finance and affordability, got a nice calculator, so it seems like it tried to be that way.
But finance and affordability also talks about like the stuff for low income people. I mean,
Sure.
that affordability, so that it wouldn't float just under finance. Anyway, we can talk about it later.
It's 5 years down the road.
Yeah.
Just thoughts, and they might be meaningless, but this will come back to you to review. I don't think that we need to go through it this thoroughly at budget time. We'll show you the budget, which of the projects we're asking for budget for, so that you can see what will be worked on that fiscal year. And then if any projects are added, we'll highlight those as well.
Well, excellent job once again. This is outstanding piece of work. A lot of work on this, I can tell. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Yeah, so the board should clap.
Yes, thank you very much. And understandable, didn't go over our heads all the time.
Well, you're not, it's your nap time.
It's time to skip.
Sure, but should we still break between now and the end? Well,
Yeah.
Are we,
I'm gonna say yes.
Only if there's lunch served.
Yeah, really, I know, huh?
Okay,
are we gonna do a motion to receive and accept this thing with the aforementioned over the last 3 hours and 45 minutes
that sounds perfect.
incorporated in an appropriate way within these documents? Something like that.
Do you make the motion?
Receive and provide direction.
I motion that we accept the annual business plan with proposed amendments.
I'll second that.
Let's have a roll call.
President Blowin,
Aye.
VP Doodle,
Yes.
Director Fick,
Yes.
Director Jarlsberg,
Yes,
Director Short.
Yes.
And we're breaking for 10
And
minutes. It's starting at 12:40.
Short.
You put together a really nice this graphic's really nice, Anne.
Okay, perfect.
Also the main.
Hey, the regular or the special board meeting is back in session. The workshop is closed. Next item on the agenda is reserve fund policy review / update. And that will be presented by Director of Finance, Ann Roman.
Thank you. I have the honor of following the very long business. So I'll try to keep this as brief as possible, but I don't want to make you feel rushed through some important materials. So, please feel free to ask questions as needed. So the district's reserve fund policy, which is Article 9 of the Administration Code, was initially adopted in 2018. So it's still relatively newish. It was updated in 2019. So this will be our third rendition of it. In all ways that are practical, we are trying to follow guidance from the CSDA Special Reserve Guidelines. And I did put a link in the staff report for that, if you're interested in seeing those. They haven't been updated since 2013, so they are a bit old, but that is the information that's available. Before we start, I do have some material. I'm gonna experiment a little bit. I have a video, but I don't know if my screen share is gonna allow the sound to work on this. So we will give it a try here. See if the audio works. No, it's just gonna.
Are you?
You're not sharing. Oh,
I'm screen sharing.
Are you in your remote session?
But it looks like it's just gonna,
but it didn't even pop up though. The video didn't pop up. That's why.
well, this is just a video of a PowerPoint, so it's just.
Oh, okay. It's animation or something.
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
Okay, though, let me, I can give
Show
you
it to me
the,
later.
I can give you the rundown. This is just a primer.
Lisa and
Oh, okay, do you wanna try that? Sure. Let me see if that will work. I have it on.
Wow, what a Girl Scout. Be prepared.
Yeah, I always bring a
Ah.
thumb drive just in case. Sorry.
Outlet. I always have it open up like that.
I tried to make it a pretty voice, you know, a nice man's voice, a British voice, or it's my voice in the end because all that technology did not cooperate with me.
You won't need Outlook, it just play right off the flash drive.
Oh, you want to do, you have the flash? drive?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I don't know which. Is there a place for it?
It should be on the front.
There's what's the
I
blue?
don't, know. This is the Logitech one. Oh, this is from a mouse. Yeah.
There's
We're
one
limited.
Yeah, we're limited.
We're
on
limited on the USB
the
plugins. There might be something back here though.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Very crowded. Yeah.
So it's had one in the back. So let me show you which one. There's a couple. Okay, go to continue without scanning. And you click on that.
Open File Explorer.
Yeah, I don't usually, okay. So it is number, the one, the one above it.
This one here?
Yeah. And double click it.
Okay, let me
It
share my
should start.
screen.
Yeah.
There, you can read that. Thank you.
You have a wonderful voice for that. I used to work in the field, so I know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
I tend to put people to sleep though, so.
No.
You'd being self-critical then.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I would love to see this go on the website too, anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna refine it a little bit more.
Okay.
It's first draft.
Yes,
I'll
really
probably,
great transparency.
yeah, I think it's helpful, so.
Definitely.
I'm gonna go ahead and share now my PowerPoint for the actual, process here that we're gonna go through. There we go. All right, so we want to talk about the update to the reserve fund policy. And first, let me point out, as I was informed, thank you very much, President Flowen, there is a typo in that first paragraph on the staff report. It should refer to resolution 18-8985, not 895. I transposed those numbers. So what I want to first mention here is that the district's reserve policy and the reserves that we're discussing today are really related to unrestricted reserves that are board designated, not restricted reserves. And so just as those requirements are set by the board, they can be changed anytime by the board, by board action. Legally restricted reserves have minimal recommended changes in my staff report or my updated policy. So discussion is limited on those due to the compulsory nature of the reserves. Okay, so the first section we're going to look at is section 9.0101. And this is where I've added what I mentioned earlier, just a reference to the CSDA Special District Reserve Guidelines. I've added that to the policy. In addition, section 9.01.03 added some definitions there. That's the definitions section, and I added some definitions that were needed for individual replacement reserves, defined life and camp and target levels, and elaborated on some of the other definitions. In section 9.0105, changes there to the operating reserve. I actually made no changes to that reserve. In your staff report, I did include the balances, the current balances on those accounts if you're curious. Next reserve, cash flow reserve in that same section. And if you want to follow along, I have the page number at the bottom right, page 10. The cash flow reserve, which is really what we talked about in the video a lot. That's where all of the transfers are happening between the general fund and the cash flow reserve. So in this reserve, I added language to explain that this reserve will also accumulate any reserves not initially assigned to another fund. So the money's going in and out of there. Eventually it's going to, or coming from its designated reserve, but in the meantime, it's accumulating in that fund. So that's just some language that I thought was helpful to that section. So, moving on to page 11, section 9.01.05, the capital reserve account. So this is the retaining capital reserve. Currently has a balance of $5,870,470. And it doesn't have a target level in the old policy. In the new policy, after a little bit of discussion with Jeff, who has reviewed the revised proposed policy, I decided to go ahead and add a target level to that reserve as well. It did not have a target level because that reserve is really for projects that are being approved by the board through the budget process. And so, and those capital projects can be ongoing for multiple years. So it's a little more tricky to find a target level for this reserve. But what I've done is added a target level that of $3,750,000 that represents about 1.5 years of capital improvement plan funding. And the next reserve that is on page, sorry, my pages different. Oh, looking at the actual policy. Okay, so the next reserve in line is a new proposed reserve for Chromium 6 and or regulatory compliance. It currently has no funding in it, but I am proposing to transfer $4 million in funding from the cash flow reserve, which currently has funding in excess of the 3 months balance of expenses that it requires. And this is in anticipation of significant Chromium 6 funding needed until other funding can be secured. So the target level there that I'm proposing is 4 million. As we talked about in the last topic, we have right now an estimate of about $60 million for that project. And so
That 4 million is a good start.
that 4 million, it's really just working capital while we're trying to secure that real money. So, okay, so that's that one. The next item on the list is the, in section 9.01.05 is the building replacement reserve. And this is where I'm hoping to get a little bit of input from the board. We currently have $96,441 in this. We've talked about this a few times, I think, over the years, the low level of funding in this, and there's nothing in the rate study that generates new funding for this. The target level in the old policy was 200,000, which is not sufficient. That was a calculation to do some expansions on the building, but if we're actually talking about a new building, purchasing land, all of that, I think we would be better off with a more realistic annual funding amount. And we can work on adding that to the next rate study. I would recommend 400,000 per year to achieve a target level of 2.4 million over 6 years to serve as starter funding. So, I mean, with that money, we could either expand or we could start the process of building or buying a new facility. Not saying that is going to be the complete amount of money that would be required. This would just be a start. That all depends, the cost of a new building or expansion all depends on some of the other things that we talked about, like a climate resilience plan, what sort of environmental features would be included in the building. So we don't know what that amount is yet.
Well, I'm glad this is President Sloan speaking. I'm trying to get back into that here.
Yeah, good.
It's been an interest of mine to sort of include this is the first time I've heard somebody on staff include purchasing land.
Yeah.
Because in the title, you just see building a building or fixing up a building.
Right.
I think.
Right.
And so that you can't in some cases, you can't build a building unless you have the land
Right.
bought already to build on.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. And I intended to explicitly include that and that was an oversight, so I can add that little caveat in there too, that
If you choose
you know
to.
for sure we want to include land. The other option for that fund would be to eliminate it and transfer the $96,441-ish to another reserve, in which case I would recommend the capital reserve. So again, no annual funding is incorporated into the rate study for this at this time.
Excuse me, are we inserting as she goes along or wait for the end of the report?
Questions?
Let's wait to the end, we'll come through review, because we have a whole menu that we want you to look at. And we'll pick them up.
Do you need questions or the?
I did. Well, I thought some years ago, and I think you referred to it a little bit, that we decided, and we suggested that the 96 just be put, 96,000 be put someplace else in one of the reserves. I thought we already decided that.
Has to be by policy though. The policy hasn't been updated till now to do that.
Ah,
Yeah, so it went
okay.
to the.
yeah, I was
it went to the
confused when I
finance-
read that.
Yeah, it went to the finance committee for some preliminary input, but it didn't go beyond that.
Oh, it was in the committee we
Yeah.
talked about it. Ah,
And you must have been in
I
the
was,
committee that day.
I was.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
So
you.
we'll come back to this. We'll talk about the options that we have there. We have a little menu to go through after we've given all the background information here. So section 9.01.05, additional changes that I'm recommending here is for the equipment and technology and fleet. We're adding fleet replacement reserve. So fleet was included in this. It just wasn't explicitly included in the title. So we're adding that to the title. The other change, which I see missed, I've had a lot of opportunity to look at this since I submitted it, and I see that I should have taken out the replacement term because we are proposing to add, okay, what did we call it? Okay, so we are adding language to use this fund, to be able to use this fund for controlled fleet expansion. So minimal fleet expansion. We don't want it to become a fleet expansion reserve. So what I put in is that we could use it for up to 15% fleet expansion within a rate study cycle. So that's 5 years. And that would get us, based on today's numbers, about 2 to 3 new vehicles for the fleet. So I am proposing to take out that replacement term. Did you know?
And say one of the things that's driving this initiative in the fleet regard is, no pun intended there, that we don't have enough trucks for all of the field workers. So we're having, some jobs require them to be 2 or 3 together, and some jobs require them to be on their own. And so a lot of years it's been spent with people riding together. So we're gonna need to rectify that.
And this would give us a little more flexibility so we don't have funds sitting there unused. If we happen to not be replacing vehicles at that time, we could consider using the fund for fleet expansion on that limited basis as well. So something that changed here is also the target funding, which was reduced to 350,000 from the 500,000 anticipated need that was included in the 22-23 rate study. And that all goes back to what we used to call CIRP, the pipeline replacement program, for which we purchased $1.7 million in equipment, heavy equipment. And so we had basically increased that reserve so that we would be able to possibly, hopefully, replace that equipment when depreciation, once it depreciated, which would have been in about a couple of years from now. So we were trying to build a reserve that would be sufficient for that purpose. But if we're intending to outsource at this point and not replace that equipment, then we no longer need as high of a target level in this reserve. Also, there's just a small kind of some of the changes really relate to administering the policy. So here's one that is an example of that. So in the old policy, the limit for usage was $1,000 or over. I'm proposing to change that to $5,000 or over. That puts us at an asset level. And it allows us to, only deal with significant transactions and not have to transfer back and forth for these minor transactions, because those funds can come out of the other reserves or funds. Moving on to the meter replacement reserve. So on page 11 and 12, we at the bottom start the meter replacement reserve. This one I have some options as well. This one is first time we've had a meter replacement reserve. We finished our program a few years ago. And what I am proposing here is that we use the current reserve balance of $671,540 to fund a future AMI conversion project and retain any remaining balance for future meter replacement. So what I've done is combine options 1 and 2. Option 1 being that we can just carry that money forward and start the meter replacement reserve funding again. Option 2 being that we use available funds for AMI, and option 3 being that we eliminate the fund, transferring the balance over to another reserve, such as the capital reserve. But I'm recommending option 1 and 2, being that we fund AMI in the future from this, and that we use any remaining balance to establish a new fund for the next round of meter replacements, which will start in about 2040-ish. I think they're 15 to 20 year. And we ran the meter replacement program over 5 years. So we're going to have some start going out sooner than others. Okay. So there I have some options for you to choose from, and we can talk about those a little more when we get to it if we need to. Studies and reserves, page 12. Okay, this one is, these are all morphing a little bit. So when we developed the annual funding for the rate study, the last rate study, we thought that we were going to need a lot more funding for this, but due to, we do need a little bit more than what was in the old policy. So we're proposing to change the target funding from 100,000 to 150. Because the cost of studies is rising and the quantity is also rising. However, we've also been creative. Sarah's been instrumental in this, in being able to reduce the cost of studies through greater in-house and collaborative reporting. For example, she mentioned the urban water management plan and, saving about 175,000 on that because we collaborated with MWA, right? So in this case, we will change that target funding to a little bit more. That's about the balance that we want to keep that reserve at. But the funding going in and out of that through the rate study will probably come down a little bit from the 200,000 that was in there, that was included in there for the last rate study. Okay, then I also have this little bitty undesignated reserve. That's the camp pool general pool fund with $5.66 in it. You may think that's a mistake. David pointed it out to me and said, I don't understand this. So we have 2 sub-accounts in camp. We have our emergency capital replacement in there. We have also our wastewater capacity wastewater capacity in there. But in order for those 2 sub-accounts to exist, we have to have a main account. And so this main account is just used for establishing the existence of the other 2. And that $5.66 is just a little bit of interest that landed in there. And eventually I'll clean that up and move that into a different fund. But I didn't want to leave it out because it is our only undesignated reserve that actually we have. So, okay. Those are the reserves themselves. Then here are some other changes on for section 9.01.06. These are more general in nature. And this is listed on page 12 of the staff report. So I've added an explanation of how reserves are funded, and I'll read that to you because I think that's kind of interesting and maybe not everybody's aware of this. Reserves are funded in one of two ways: explicitly included for funding in a rate study, with rates being set to accumulate such funding when all revenue and expense targets are met, or funding may be transferred from existing unrestricted reserve funds to another upon board approval. So we have two ways that we fund, and I've added that language here. That way it's a little more clear if someone that doesn't deal with this on a regular basis picks this up, they will understand where that funding comes from. The next item is that I've revised the review period for this policy from annual. The old policy calls for an annual review, and I've changed that to be concurrent with each 5-year rate study at a minimum. And the reason for that is because the rate study is really when we establish, not to say that there won't be any review in the interim, but a formal review before the rate study. That is when we establish our funding that we're going to include in the rate study. So I think that is appropriate and more manageable than what we were trying to do initially. I added some language to explain the allocation of investment earnings to include CAMP because our original policy didn't mention CAMP. That's a new investment agency that we're using. And I added language about the proration of net revenue funds. So net revenue funds the reserves that are included in the rate study. When there is not enough net revenue generated in any particular year, then there was no language in the reserve policy that would address that, how to allocate what funding there is. I've also added language about the non-encumbrance of funds. This was previously mentioned in the capital reserve section, but not with the word encumbrance. It basically just talked about that, there might be a project that starts in 1 year, funding might run out from the reserve before the project finishes. What it means is we're not setting aside that funding for a specific project. The funding is there, first come, first serve. So, we could start a project that runs 3 years and have enough funding in the reserve fund for it in the first year, but maybe not in the second, or maybe not in the third year. Okay, there's also a little language cleanup with the titles. The old policy still referred to the AGM/controller, who was my predecessor. So I changed that to my title, the Director of Finance. Also added language authorizing Director of Finance to utilize Copper Mountain Mesa Assessment District reserves and consumer project deposit reserves for routine transactions to align with current practices. These transactions are compulsory and have stringent time constraints. So Copper Mountain Mesa, for example, we constantly have funds coming in as the county portions those. And so we have to have the ability to set those aside and restrict them and to pay those bond payments in a timely manner. So this would, actually support what we have been doing. It just was not articulated in this policy. Also, expanded language to include automatic reserve transfer approval when pre-approved in budget. And that sounds a little scary when I read it, but what we actually do is the reserve transfer. We talk about that in the budget process. I always have a list of projects that we believe are going to qualify for use of one of the reserves. And so with the budget, that is approved. And then I always bring back, before we transfer the funds, I bring that back to the board as well for an additional approval. So essentially they're getting approved twice right now. What I'd like to be able to do is that approval exists in the budget process. If something were to be time sensitive, I think this would give the opportunity to make that transfer first and then bring back that information to the board later. We also added a requirement to report annually to the board at a minimum, and added language to refer to the rate study for specific annual funding throughout. So when the rate study, so let me back up a second. What we set today in this reserve policy, should you decide to approve it, that's our guideline, but then before the rate study, we'll actually go back and do more analysis and decide what funding needs to be included in the rate study for any particular reserve included here. And we'll do that through depreciation analysis, through the project. We'll reanalyze a lot of this information at that point. And then we determine what we need, what we should include in the rate study, and then we'll also determine what the rate study can bear. So that's how we came up with those scenarios last time in the rate study. Some of those scenarios funded more or less of these different reserve needs. And so we'll do that analysis in addition to this topic today. All right, so should we talk about maybe questions before we get to the menu of options that I'd like input on?
Questions from the board? This meter replacement reserve, you talked about an option would be to hold that open, so to speak, for use 15 years from now.
We could start accumulating towards that. We would anticipate we might need something like $2 million to fund that in the future, and possibly more, but at least we would have that much set aside. So over that 15 years in the rate study, we could be funding small increments towards this reserve to save up for that.
It could actually start 10 years from now, because we began the project 5 years ago. So those initial installations will start needing replacements in the future at a sooner date. So
It would just be a larger amount that has to be saved every year if we start it later.
Well, I can recall being up at I'm losing my mind here.
It's been a long day.
But anyway, it was discussed up there with that water company that they have to think far as 60 years ahead on
Yeah.
things that they want to do. Mojave Water Agency, it finally popped up. And so the idea that we're saving for something that may not be used for 15 years or 20 years from now, it is, we have to go by tree time, not flower time with some of these things. And so I don't find that shocking that we're going to hold this back. And also, if this is not, and it's not restricted by an outside source of some kind, if there is a need to use that money elsewhere, that can be done, or adding to it incrementally over time, that could be reduced or eliminated for a while. Also, too, revenue potentially could be coming in during the process of meter exchange, change, as it happens too.
And then going out at the same time.
But I think it's responsible to hold this money where it is, short of any kind of a real serious reason to use it for something else. Would that be a board approved thing to do that?
So if we wanted to move it, yes, if we, so what I'm recommending is that we use it, what the balance that's there now, which is 671,000, that we kind of earmark that towards AMI. We don't know what the cost of AMI is going to be yet, but that certainly will be, I think that would be enough for it. Anyway, we would apply that balance towards it, and anything that was remaining would stay in this reserve. And we would start, if the board would like, we can start funding for that next round of replacements, or we can wait until closer to the replacements and start funding a larger amount then. So we can either set aside, $5 now for the next 15 years, or we can set aside $20 for the 5 years before the next program starts. I mean, just with a small example there. So we have that option. But so my recommendation is option 1 and 2 to use current available funds for AMI when that project comes through. And anything left, we leave in the reserve.
And it's on the menu.
Yes.
To further on the menu. Yeah, okay. That's the third topic on that menu.
Thank you.
So I have a couple of questions. Sorry, let me find them. Oh, so, yeah, thank you for this. Really well done. I appreciate it. So the new reserve proposed, the Chromium 6, could we be transparent and share how much the rate study added to the coffers for Chromium? Because, I think I've already told you, I've had people push back on me and say, well, you said that money was for Chromium. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so can we define how much we were able to add to the
Yeah.
coffers for Chromium based upon the increases that we've already applied to ratepayers?
Yeah, the rate study assumed that we would receive $10 million in grants and $8 million would be a loan. So there was about $400,000 in debt service included in the rate study for the loan. And then about $750,000 for operations. So, that annual operation cost, which we're now projecting, or, the information we've received so far is projecting at about $1 million a year. So we do have some funding in there for Chromium 6,
But some of the funding is expectation of grant, and some is
Yes.
expectation of loan repayment.
correct, loan repayment. And this proposed reserve is just proposing to take $4 million that we already have, that we've already generated through rates, and transfer it into this fund. We're not proposing to generate anything more at this point. Probably we'll have to do another rate study before potentially we are able to get financing, because the lenders are going to want to see that we have or can set rates that will support what we need for Chromium. But that's not what this is proposing to do right now.
Okay. I don't think that really got to what I was asking, but I think I've asked it before, so it's okay. I think I've asked it before, so we can let it go. So on page 12, I can ask it again, is what I mean. When you at this bottom box, you say revise review period from annual review to be concurrent each 5-year rate study at a minimum.
Right.
So what are you saying there?
So the old policy, old policy guideline refers to an annual review, which is really unnecessary when we're all the inputs are happening with each rate study. So the information that's really changing what we set aside through the rate study is only happening every 5 years.
Okay, got it.
So
I got it.
it seems a bit excessive to try to review annually. I mean, we'll look at these anyway naturally as we use the reserves. We'll see, where there are maybe things that could be clarified or written better in the policy, but the substantial changes will occur along with the rate study.
Okay, perfect. Director Charlesburg.
Dr. Jarlsberg, please.
Yeah, I'm looking at similar place where Director Doolittle was looking, under, general, under 90106 procedures, page 18 is what I'm looking at, your changes.
Okay.
It said reserves are funded in one of 2 ways.
Right.
Is it possible to use both ways? Parcel out?
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
you said or, like at the.
Yeah. Well, the initial funding is always created through a rate study, but once we've accumulated funding, we can transfer it. But we can also put new funding in a rate study and transfer some existing funding as well. So you're right.
You know, it seems like it could be an option.
We could do a combination of both.
And then the next one, which Director Doolittle was referring to, I had a kind of a nuanced question about that. the reserve policy and its funding levels should be reviewed with each new rate study, typically every 5 years at a minimum. Is the minimum 5 years, or is it could it be later if the rate studies every 6 years or in 6 years or something?
Well,
I wasn't sure if the
And-
minimum was a set,
whether it applies to the,
or it
so-
could be flexible.
so the rate study, nothing mandates that we do the rate study every 5 years, but that's general, best practice. And it depends on what's happening really at the time. So we may have to do another rate study before the next scheduled one because of trying to get this funding for Chromium 6. So the at a minimum really just refers to at least every 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
Okay, but it could be 6 years.
Well, we're gonna do the review at least every 5 years. So if there's not a rate study
Oh,
happening at that
alright.
time,
Then that
then
is
do a
set.
minimal review and bring it back with the rate study in the next, whenever the rate study occurs.
Okay, those were my two kind of obscure questions.
I have another question. So the rate studies for 2027, is that right?
I believe that's when the next rate study
Okay.
will occur,
Which is-
when we'll start working on that and, but it depends when we get more information from Dimitri at Ridgeline. He's doing that 10-year projection for us. When we start looking at financing options, loans and bonds, they are gonna wanna see those lenders, those agencies and the credit rating agencies potentially too, are gonna want to see that we can set rates that will allow us to repay that debt that we're proposing to take on. So that may require a earlier rate study than what we, But I think 2027 is probably what we're gonna be looking at.
I also was interested in the phrase revolving fund, revolving
Yeah.
loan. Typically a revolving, let's say, credit card
Account.
means that you have a top amount
Yeah.
and you pay it off, but then it goes back to that amount.
Using it and you're repaying.
Yeah, is that what they mean by that?
I looked at it, it says.
Oh,
A revolving fund is a fund that is replenished over time. Money
Okay.
goes into it when a borrower repays the loan. And that same money is then available to be lent again.
oh, good, good.
Oh,
That's a good
so
thing,
they're-
I think.
They're just,
Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's what I was wondering. Okay.
yeah, I guess that's fine.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for looking that up.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Yeah. Any other thoughts or questions?
On page 15, I will.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna do it now?
Yeah.
We up to
Okay,
that?
we're 15.
Well, on page 13, just below the title, there's a paragraph in bold and it says that this new policy 251081 includes rescinding resolution number 985 and 1007. But when I look at page 15, which I assume is the real legit document that we're going to use,
Mhm.
we're including that these two things were adopted on such and such a date, which suggests to me that these things are still active.
They are, these are the active, this.
Except you're saying on page 13 that they're rescinded.
No, on page 13, that is the action that this resolution that needs to be approved will have. If this resolution is approved today, then it will rescind the current policy, which was adopted through 18-985 and amended by 19-01007.
So why are we including a rescinded pair of
They're not rescinded yet. They will be rescinded.
so that's
They're-
not going to go on the final document that goes in the,
Take it off. And Lisa keeps track of all of those rescinded and deleted ones on a tally. So it'll come off of the final
Okay.
And
document,
it'll be on the resolutions.
yeah, when I saw that, it was confusing when I read all this stuff.
but not on the exhibit itself.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not gonna, yes, the new practice will be not to list those
It's messy.
prior adoptions. Sorry, that could be confusing. I see that.
Not to me anyway.
Yeah, no, it's, that's pretty common with the resolution that, I mean, Jeff prepared the resolution, so I'm sure it's right, but the rescinding of the old policy in order to put the new policy in place. Yeah. That makes sense. Other
Thank you.
questions? Should we talk about the options then, the menu options?
Yeah.
Who's hungry?
I know, I'm a real bit.
A little faint.
All right, so, keep in mind, all of this is proposed, so, not just these three things are on the table, but these are the primary things that I was hoping to get input on. The first one being Chromium 6, a new proposed reserve, Chromium 6 and our regulatory compliance, and we thought we'd just broaden it a little bit beyond Chromium 6 because we don't know what other major regulatory items may be coming, towards us in the future. So this proposes to add a new reserve and transfer 4 million in cash flow reserve funds. The majority of the funds that are in excess of 3 months balance of 2,397,561 in the cash flow reserve. So in anticipation of significant Chromium 6 funding needed until other funding can be secured, this would have a target level of 4 million. Do you want to take a vote right now?
However you guys want to do it.
Yeah.
Or you mean one at a time or all together?
I think as long as you do, all in favor and then all opposed of this option. So we're segregating each of these options.
But it's like you want to know what each person votes.
Yeah, that's true, but I think in this one, because there's no options,
Okay, so I should just make a motion then to accept this. Okay, I motion that we accept the recommendation in line 1 regarding the reserve fund policy update related to Chromium 6 or regulatory compliance.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I think we need a roll call.
okay, sure. President Flynn,
Aye.
Vice President Doolittle,
Aye.
Director Fick,
Yes.
Director Jarlsberg,
Yes.
Director Short.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion carried.
All right, I should have numbered these too, I just realized now. The second row is the building replacement reserve, and we want to talk about two options there. Staff recommends option 1, which is to designate a more realistic annual funding amount in the next rate study. Staff would recommend 400,000 per year to achieve a target balance of 2.4 million over 6 years to serve as starter funding for a building. Option 2 is to eliminate the reserve fund and transfer $96,440.80 to another reserve, in which case staff would recommend the capital reserve if we wanted to go with option 2. So same there, I think. Oh, questions?
Yeah, were we gonna keep it building replacement reserve?
Yeah, I can put.
But we talked about something else.
Yeah, I was gonna add the word land in there.
Yeah.
So I think, maybe if we want a motion with that word included.
Right, how would you do?
What do you want?
Building
Just
slash
more
land
broad.
or something?
Yeah, I think we need.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's.
Replacement, building replacement.
Both?
Yeah, I think so.
Would you do both?
I would probably say, building replacement reserve, including land.
Building replacement and land acquisition.
And land.
reserve.
How are you gonna fit that on this little line?
Just abbreviate it.
An acronym, it's gonna have to be an
Acquisition.
acronym.
Could it be, no, acquisition, no. I'm just was thinking there might be another word that encompasses all of that instead of building.
Buildings and,
'Cause we're not talking about replacing either necessarily,
well, for the,
because it could be an add-on.
it could be an add-on. Yeah, it could be either or.
I think we discussed that when we talked about the
Yeah.
96,000.
So. However,
I don't know whether it's, you want to mold that over today or not.
maybe just building Well, we could call it building reserve, still just keep it building reserve, but if you motion with land in the language, then I can just add it to the little paragraph under there. Would that work?
Building
Building,
and land reserve.
Building land reserve.
building slash
I'm
lane.
not too concerned about the land because we already have, what's 2.5
Yeah.
acres over there?
Well, we do.
We
you know,
do, but there could be more in
Yeah.
the future.
It could be-
If sewers becomes a thing, we're going to need land for that. So,
So it's be building expansion / replacement reserve and land reserve.
synthesize that down.
I don't know, just get rid of replacement.
Well, we'll know what you mean.
Building and lands.
Building and land reserve.
Yeah, get rid of replacement.
Okay. So if you motion it that way, I think I can just go ahead and change it in the final policy.
Okay.
Building and land reserve. Keep it good.
You want to take a vote on that? Option 1 or option 2?
So all of that was just said, that's an option, option one.
That would be a motion to rename this reserve to the building and land reserve, selecting option 1. I just want to reiterate what
Well,
Ann said, and that's if you select option 1, obviously.
Yeah.
If you select option 1, the balance will still be $96,480.80 until the next rate study. So I just want to make sure that that's clear so that you're next year saying, why is this not 400,000? It's because that won't happen until the next rate study.
Right. It won't start being funded until we do another rate study
oh,
and include that amount, and then it start to accumulate, right, additional funds.
So one question before we go on this again is that it seems like we're making some decisions that are important decisions for the board to make. And I appreciate the way that this is all stated and everything, but it's late in the day and it seems like there's more conversation that needs to be had around this.
Good news is that this will come back.
Okay.
Next rate study.
Okay, so 2 years from now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I because like, it's one of those things that, why would we put a bunch of money into the meters, for the future when we've got wastewater facing us or some of the other things? Now, of course, I understand it's only 15 years away. I was looking at 2040, thinking that was 40 years away. But anyway, and where's that conversation going to take place?
So it'd be with the rate study because the rate study has to designate the rates to feed these reserve accounts. So we're doing this kind of in reverse and
Yeah, so
this cleanup project so that we're prepared for the next.
it seems like the vote should not be just on one of the options. We would say we prefer option 1 when we vote or option 2.
Yeah, we will do that.
But that's not what it says here. You recommend this option 1 and you just said vote on option 1.
I said, if that's your vote, so.
Yeah,
I was
you
giving
have
giving you an example.
All right, all right.
So someone would move for option 1.
Or option 2. And if there's no majority,
Well, I think there needs to be a motion and then a second and a vote. And then there's no second and there's no vote, then that fails. And then there has to be another motion.
Okay, is there a motion regarding the building replacement reserve
no
to,
replacement.
To rename it to building and land.
I didn't hear that. Oh, with the new name, we got the new name in there. The stuff about the land too.
Building and land reserve.
Yeah, that's David's suggestion. Okay, is there a motion regarding the building / I think you said, land reserve to select option number 1 with the included amendments that were suggested by the board? Something like that? You can make them shorter than I can.
I'm still not clear in order to make a vote. To do a vote.
Do you need more information on the 2 options?
I don't know, I just, I'm not, I don't know.
So the 96,480 is already there. It's already in the building replacement reserve. Right. All
Yes,
this is doing is updating the name and when the next rate study happens, then funding that reserve. Right now, it will not be funded. Or eliminate the reserve altogether.
That's option
which
2,
is the one that I heard about
So, and if we
a
go,
while ago,
which is what we talked about, I think, at that time.
right?
Director Short?
and if we go with option 1, that 96 thousand is just gonna sit in there?
And so their accrue
It's
interest.
there already.
But
Yeah,
it's not restricted.
Yeah, they're not gonna do anything with it.
yeah,
It's gonna sit-
it's just gonna stay there and then
Okay.
start accumulating.
But option two would
Have the
put it
business.
into another reserve where it would
Yeah.
be
Utilized.
active.
But
Might be
yeah,
active.
yeah.
But if we approve this and then we get to the rate study and we say, well, we don't want to put 400K per year in that.
Mhm.
Are you guys going to come back and say, would you approve that in 2025?
No, because the 400,000 is not specified in the policy. That is a rate study. That will be a rate study input. The 400,000 is really just a recommendation at this point that I'm making to give an example of how we can accumulate that over the next, not the next 6 years, but 6 years after the rate study
So the rate study.
includes that 400,000. So right now, we have the 96,000 sitting in there. In 2027, we'll, assuming that's when it is, we'll do the next rate study. We'll formulate the inputs for the rate study, which will then determine whether we go with the 400,000 or less or more to accumulate that over some period of time. So this 400,000 per year for the next 6 years, that's just one plan that we could take to get us to that 2.4 million target funding. It's not the only option, and that's something we'll discuss
Right
later.
now, there's 96,000, no funding for it. It doesn't buy us another room.
Right,
Yeah.
but I thought in our discussion that I recall, we were talking about, we weren't even gonna think about a building replacement, let alone more land.
Yeah.
And we just bought some.
Well,
So I don't know why now we have to
Why?
decide on this.
Right, because we haven't had that discussion. I'm sitting here too saying, when did we talk about,
Apparently it was in a committee meeting.
Yeah, we talked.
No, so that, the whole board hasn't even discussed it.
so the other option is to eliminate the reserve, but right now that 96 is just sitting there waiting for something and nothing. It's not enough to do anything with.
We can always reestablish it later if we
Right.
eliminate it now. But if the intent is that we do consider a reserve for a larger building need, then, we might want to take option one.
For example, if we end up taking on sewer, we're gonna have an entire new staff. It's a whole nother department.
But that seems like a bigger discussion later.
It's huge, but this is just to make, we as staff just want to know, what do you want to do with the 96,000? Do you want to keep it there, rename it, and then readdress it at the next rate study, or do you want to eliminate it? And it's really not, it's not a huge decision right now. We're not saying we're going to, because no money's being fed to it. We're not deciding to build a building. It's just giving you.
Exactly, like, I'm thinking about voting for option two.
Well, I think the concern is that even if we eliminate it, we know, we can always bring it back, and that's,
For discussion, yeah.
yeah.
I'd be curious as to what our entire inventory of land is. We have, what, 5 parcels up there?
Yeah, well, this whole block essentially belongs to the district,
Right.
all the way to the operations building. And there's land, it's a lot. It's, every well site. Imagine some of the booster stations, reservoirs, so
There's
there's.
buildable land. I think.
Buildable land is different.
Yeah, I think that's what it means.
And two, something might come up between now and the next rate study too.
Yeah.
Where we
Yeah.
would have that.
Well, I would like to have more discussion on this, because I had ideas when we started talking about it, we're talking about of buying an empty building in the town. And, we had previous years, apparently we're in another building that is now a fast food place.
Yeah.
That maybe there's an empty building. Yeah, it was.
That's the 92.
And we wouldn't have enough though, in between now and the next rate study, no matter what discussions.
But I'm thinking we're not gonna be doing that before the rate study.
Sure.
It's not really something that we're thinking seriously about.
What would we do
That's
with
true.
the earnings?
We've got less staff than we had when we were talking about this
Yes, you're right.
before.
Wanted to pull up.
What would we do with the earnings on that money that we would be accruing?
Which one?
It would not accrue interest any differently if we were to transfer that into the capital reserve. It would accrue interest.
So it would always stay 96?
It would stay 96, yeah, because the capital reserve also doesn't accrue interest. Only the restricted reserves accrue interest, and the reserves that are in camp
I think the benefit of leaving the reserve is that Autumn just stated is it doesn't fall off the radar. It comes back up for discussion when we do the next rate study and reserve policy overview. Just being careful so things don't get forgotten.
Well, it'll come,
I'm sorry.
it'll come up in all the reports that we do too, when we report on the different reserves, restricted, non-restricted, and the values of them and stuff.
Right. And I'll tell you why I recommended option one, which is to keep the reserve and, consider the funding in the next rate study. Because even though we, at the time that it came to the finance committee, we had just decided that we had this big unknown with chromium, and we still do have an
Yes.
unknown. But we have more information. We're closing in on that information more readily. And we know that at some point in the future, we're going to need a building or a building expansion. Like Sarah was saying, if the wastewater,
We assume that authority.
yes, the wastewater authority materializes, we're gonna have a need for additional staffing, and we have no place. I mean, literally, we don't have any place to put them.
But you
So-
think this is all gonna take place before our next rate study?
No, not necessarily.
That's my thinking, I don't know. Anyway, okay, I'll go with the majority.
It's up to you. I'm.
Yeah, where's the conversation gonna happen where I'm able to say, I'm uncomfortable with putting money into this project right now with the Chromium 6 monies that we're facing and the optics of what people might say about it. So where does that conversation take place?
With the rate study.
That's rate study, but we agree.
Yeah,
I agree with you. That's one of the reasons we were pushing on the building, was it 2020, 2021, that at that time?
I remember we had a meeting and you guys told me we didn't have any money to do it. That was
Yeah.
after a previous director, GM left.
Right, and that was something that was being pushed forward. And we were,
Right.
when
That's right.
I ended up in this role and Ann and I talked about like, where's this money gonna come from? So, yeah, that was it's been a long topic, and this is an old building.
I see us needing it. I see it. I see the need, of course.
Yes, but.
And not in the next couple of years.
No.
We got so much else going on.
We should.
Right.
But it's.
But
Yes, there's an
it
earthquake.
makes sense, though. It makes sense if we see the need to go ahead and start putting money into this fund for it. I mean, we're gonna have to do it at some point. So I don't know. I'm just like, I can't make a decision because of the chromium thing and then this.
But if the money is not restricted and we have a higher priority item where we could use the 96,000, we can just simply end that building fund
Right.
and take the money and apply it wherever we need it, anything that's a higher priority. That's management.
Yeah.
Right, but then we wouldn't have that attention paid to the
Right.
fact that we're gonna need a building replacement fund to actually do that.
So now you're saying we should leave the
No,
96.
it's like I can't make up my mind. I don't know that there's been enough discussion for me to be able to make my mind. And I just feel like if we put this in there, it'll be the train is on the tracks. And
It's
once
already
we,
in there.
and when we get,
It's already in there. It's been in there for years.
No, not the 96. If we put this option one, if we, put that as something that we're doing, then when it comes to the rate study, you guys have already thought this is what we're doing and we never got to have the conversation.
That doesn't have to be there either. You can make the motion to leave the 96, name it, and then we'll address it at the next rate study. This 400 is just an idea how to get it to there.
Yeah, I agree with that. I see it. I just need more time to digest this.
Yeah,
know,
that
I'm
400,000
fearful.
language is not in the,
Yeah.
is not in the.
Okay, well
policy.
then I would like to make a motion that we vote for option 2 to leave it in, it's not option 2, to vote for another option, which would be leaving that money in this reserve fund and we can rename the fund, but until we have further discussion.
Option one.
Rename it.
So the building and land reserve would be $96,440.80.
Yes.
We'll visit it again.
And revisit at next rate study.
So
Well, I
that's,
think that's a really pretty motion and no one's saying anything about it.
that sounds like option one.
Almost.
No, yeah.
No, just really blown.
Something. Well, that wasn't happen. That was just an idea, and it should have really been in parentheses there.
Yeah,
So
so
you
I
made that
think,
motion?
Yes.
I'll second.
We've made a motion. and
Say
we have
that
a second.
again, say the motion again.
So I motioned that it's like option 3, that we rename this reserve fund and we leave the 96,440.80 in the fund for later consideration and discussion about building
But
replacement,
what are we renaming it to?
Building and land reserve.
taking out replacement, remember?
Yeah, yeah. So that name, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So
Okay.
we're just renaming it and we're gonna leave the money there until we
Yeah,
can
that-
come talk about it another time.
That makes a little more sense. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, so it's been motioned and seconded.
So we need a roll call.
President Flowers,
Aye.
VP Doolittle.
Yes.
Director Fick,
Yes.
Director Jarlsberg.
Yes,
Director Short.
Yes.
Thank you.
thank you for allowing the discussion.
We absolutely welcome it.
we want the input. Okay, so number 3 here, meter replacement reserve. So this one might be even more
Uh-oh.
challenging because it's a little further out than what I imagined the building would be, but so option 1 here is that we designate any funds remaining upon completion to stay in the meter replacement reserve to begin funding for the next round of meter replacements in 2040-ish. So currently, the rate study has included 185,000 in funding, so that would continue until the next rate study, and then we would reevaluate that amount, more or less. And we would be setting a target funding level of $2 million that we would attempt to reach by the start of the next meter replacement cycle. That would be our goal. The other option 2, is to use available funds for future AMI meter conversion, and option 3 to eliminate the fund and transfer this balance of 671,000. I have it on this page. 671,000 to I'm recommending the capital reserve if we are going to transfer it. $671,540.
Okay, that's what's in it right now.
And we said we had, how much of the AMI already paid for?
It's not paid for.
Oh,
So, like,
what David mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are 3 components to that, right? There's the meter itself that has to be compatible with the AMI hardware,
Oh,
NICU. And then, I don't know what they add for, there's the towers, right?
It's like a transmitter. or something.
Yeah, so we have the meters and the MXU, and then there's just a 3rd component that has to be added on.
plus a propagation study.
Right, we don't know what that amount is yet, but when we talked about it previously, I think it was less than this
It's-
amount that we have in the account.
Yeah, we're anticipating much less than that.
Okay. And I think this one's, for me anyways, it's pretty easy. I'm all for option 2. I think AMI is the best way to do the most good with it. For the ratepayers, especially to have that real-time information.
Well, also, it'll be in my report, but there is, AI is going to be able to use AMI in a way to help low-income people. And so that it's going to be a really interesting report. You guys will see that. So anyway. Yeah, but this is another example of one where we haven't been able to talk about it, because I remember the last time we talked about it, you said that you hadn't had many requests for it. And then all of a sudden it pops up again, and I always wanted it. So I'm happy to see that it pops up, but I'm like, what's changed? And so we haven't had that discussion about what's changed since our last discussion.
Well, we've learned more that some of the information that we received previously was incomplete. So we've done some more investigation and research and found that that's very possible for us to move down this direction with, of course, prioritizing it, staffing it so that we can do it.
Okay.
And we already have the meter infrastructure. The meters that were purchased were compatible with converting from AMR to AMI. So it's definitely worth taking another look at. And that's what we did. Took another look and the trust but verify strategy.
And then if we get to that point, decide, if the court decides AMI is not a good option for us, not a good fit, then we can always reevaluate this reserve at that time.
If the option 2 is going to be selected, does the title need to be changed? Or is that one still okay?
Well, if it's just option 2, yes, if we're eliminating any intent to set aside funds for future meter replacement, then yes, we would have to change the title
To match.
If option 1 is way into the future, option 2 is more immediate.
But it's only 15 years into the future though.
And it's actually only 10 because
Oh, is there?
it started 5 years ago. So the first
Oh.
round will be due for replacement in 10.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
The latest round will be due for in 15, because it, 5 years have transpired.
So my thought was that we would want to set aside some amount of funds for AMI, and then whatever's left over just stays in there to start continued funding towards the next round of meter replacements.
So, yeah, I think we should rename it AMI meter reserve. AMI/meter reserve.
Okay, maybe both.
Yeah.
Maybe meter/AMI,
Either one.
since I think the meter
Yeah.
would be primary. That's
Mhm.
where the $2 million the target level comes from.
And so that's all I'm gonna
But,
contribute.
yeah,
Somebody else
and-
has to make the
And
motion.
that leftover should be AMI first, and whatever left from that is
Yeah.
meter replacement.
Mhm.
Is there a date that we should do on this? Not a, fixed date, but a target date or something?
That's going to be more in the business plan, not in the reserve policy.
Oh, okay.
For the AMI.
So does that mean you're gonna give us more specific dates in the work plan, or is it just gonna be in the year? Just continue to say the year.
Give me some time, I'm
Okay.
tired out here too.
Oh, yeah, got it.
That's fine, that's just, I didn't know what that meant.
Totally.
Time passes very quickly around here, so dates
Yeah.
dates are tough.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna call the question.
It sounds technical.
It means-
That's
it
me.
means vote.
We need to vote on this.
Oh, I'll make the motion that,
Thank you, David.
we renamed the meter replacement reserve to the meter replacement and AMI reserve, adopting options 1 and 2.
Is there a second?
One second.
Thank you. Roll call. When you're ready.
President Lowen,
Aye.
Vice President Doolittle,
No,
Director Fick,
Yes.
Director Jarlsberg,
Okay, yes.
Director Short.
Yes.
Motion carried.
So now we've gotten through the worst of it, I think. The only thing left is then to approve and adopt the resolution. 510 all of those changes, with all of those changes.
And you have to be able to say them all. Don't worry, we have it documented.
Okay.
We're ready for that.
I think we're ready for that.
Okay.
Unless there are questions.
Okay, so is there a motion to approve resolution 25-1081 and all of that?
I'll make the motion.
A second, please.
I'll second.
Roll call.
President Lowen,
Aye.
VP Doolittle,
yes.
Director Fick,
Yes.
Director Jarlsberg,
Yes.
Director Short.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Motion carried.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
I thought maybe CAC Chair David Carrillo had a comment to make, but
President Cohen, actually, I do, because but I really do think that the AMI in the long run has potential of saving us a lot of money.
Mhm.
And therefore, we would be recouping a lot of money and being able to put it somewhere else. So I'm glad that it happened this way, that,
Okay.
thank you.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, zero policy, we're up to item 8, reports and comments. Have I overlooked anything? These are for informational purposes only on subjects not covered by the agenda, the opinions of individual direct, not necessarily the opinions of the board or district staff. No action will be taken. The board may provide staff with requests for future general items. Vice President Doolittle, please.
Just quickly, I reviewed the JBW wells hydrology with hydrologist Tony Winkle of MWA. And he reports we are not in overdraft and the recharging has been working. And then I'll be providing a report from my JPIA Aqua visit, and that'll be a written report. And it'll be attached to the agenda. And then lastly, there was one award for the most active small agency. Have you heard of that? Yeah, and so Monte Vista Water District won that, and I'm like, well, hey, do we even have, we're so busy, we don't even have time to apply probably, but anyway, yeah, so most active small agency award. I thought that was kind of nice, something to look at. All for me.
Director Fick.
Okay, I'll do a little bit more on the aqua on the next time, because I'm also not prepared to do that. But I remember Montclair, California was going to be called Monte Vista, but they corrected because there was already a Monte Vista somewhere up north. It's Monte Vista is view of the mountain, so somebody had a mountain to view. So anyway, that's the history on that. Also, the county thinks we have enough water that we now need boats. And so
Oh, yeah.
In
The yacht club.
yeah. So I would like to see our meeting advanced a bit so that some of us can attend that meeting that's happening at the same time.
Oh,
We
that.
normally have a meeting here.
We can
Possible.
do a special meeting on 17th, but it had to be earlier in the day because it's going to be a very long meeting.
It is.
Yeah, end of the year is always really.
But you said maybe 2?
Yeah, I think we can you do 2?
Their meeting starts at 5 and I don't know how long it'll take.
Maybe we should do 1 o'clock.
I don't, yeah.
Yeah, it's about 3 hours, so.
Start at 2.
Except for the day, yeah.
Change that.
Right, on the 17th, it's the.
It's interesting to see our finance director counting things with her fingers.
We get started. We should probably start after lunch.
Yeah. So we have a meal and then.
So 1 o'clock,
That would be agreed.
is that agreeable?
Yeah.
And it is nice of the county to, I don't know how much the county is involved with this, but this is a meeting that usually has to happen when a project is coming at us. And I wish they would do that with what's called the Joshua Tree Resort, which is hidden behind some sneaky things going on with the rezoning and such. It's borderline, well, it's definitely unethical, but it's borderline illegal because CEQA requires a project to be presented in total, not just in piecemeal situation. So that's awkward.
But just be thoughtful. I know that you all are, but of quorum concerns. Pending, that's all.
Also, it was noticed, VP Doolittle's research into this situation with the county trying to or attempting or investigating the sewer authority situation. It was noticed that within MBCA that the 2 letters of support were April 10th and April 11th, which was 15 days before the recharge or the rezoning effect for the Joshua Tree Resort was happening. So in my mind, I think the 2 are very connected, which is even a more suspicious situation. I've had plenty of experience with the county to have the cynical attitude. I've learned so, and I wish the county was more open with us on what's going on. I'll leave it at that.
Director Jarlsberg.
Yeah, I agree with that. I wish the county would talk to us before they start anything. Especially when they schedule a town hall, when they know we meet at that time. Anyway,
Maybe you can tell them that at your next coffee clutch.
I will.
And I just wanted to say, I appreciate today very much. It was very good, in spite of my fuzzy brain at the moment. But, I'm planning to attend, or I'm thinking seriously, let's say on Wednesday, attending the Brown Act webinar that CSTA is putting on, even though we had a really good webinar here, with Jeff. But I'm thinking I'll learn more or get it set in concrete by doing that. And then I wanted to mention.
That will be Nicole and I, by the way, so.
What?
The same thing.
Gonna hear the same thing.
Much longer though,
All
more
right, I'll
detailed.
send
Yeah, it's in
I
more
may not
detail.
be- Yeah, I know it's 3 hours or something. So anyway, all right,
It
well-
probably won't be a full 3 hours.
yeah, exactly. Well, I may not be there, but I also wanted to remind people, Greg Wallace is having a holiday open house on the 18th. And I'm planning to attend. It's a good way to get to know his district as well as him and his policies, so. Anyway, I'm gonna be going to that too. And tonight we're going to Landers. If we can.
Director Short?
Take a nap.
I'm waiting for next week's meeting to present my aqua report. Sort of disheveled.
And, General Manager's report, Sarah Johnson, please.
Gave it to you already. Next meeting on 17th, 1 p.m. special meeting.
Future director meetings are noted by folks, please. Are noted at the bottom of the agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion.
Second, this meeting is adjourned. 2:21.